Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up. You witnessing a champ in the making, fueled by your passion for greatness. Yeah, but adversity and bad situations meet us in the middle of the paths that we taking. But it's what you do after that makes men. Will you quit or will you stand up and face it? Tell me, do you have what it takes to swing back when this life asks for the fade? Can you tell me you'll adapt to the change when a punch lands and it puts you flat on your face? After you wake, will you stand up and say, get mad, hit back, lit match to the flames? Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up.
Frozen
take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Raising the belly of the beast. There were days where I barely had sleep, but I had to work more than competition. I can't live like the opposition. Living everything I dreamed of, doing everything you think of. The way I work, I'm on the brink of doing everything you dreamed of. Only aim for perfection, ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back, spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. In the city, plenty havoc causing. Do or die, it's either all or nothing. Best believe I'm leaving out with something. Anytime I got the crowd jumping, throwing raves, you know they fist pumping. I'm the king of dysfunction. What would you do if you had my life? Work like me, had them stripes. Would you go hard just to have that ice? Lot of dudes still trying to have that price. In a yo, cooking about to add that spice. Nowadays, dudes never had that fight. When the push blue, better Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up. You witnessing a champ in the making, fueled by your passion for greatness. Yeah, but adversity and bad situations meet us in the middle of the paths that we taking. But it's what you do after that makes men. Will you quit or will you stand up and face it? Tell me, do you have what it takes to swing back when this life asks for the fade? Can you tell me you'll adapt to the change when the punch lands and it puts you flat on your face? After you wake, will you stand up and say, get mad, hit back, lit match to the flames? Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up.
فكالفين دامج وحاول تضغط على رب المخطوط العراق موجود معانا ليخلص مدفع تواجد الايسبورت تكسر الوضع تاع اوبا حاليا على غير لوحده بصراحه هذا الليل لم يكن في مكان مناسب. سيكتور يا سيكتور يا سيكتور يا سيكتور.
Welcome everybody to another day of the PUBG Mobile PMPL Arabia Fall Split Finals. This is day number 2 out of 3. We have another 6 games coming right up today. If you want to join in on the conversation though and let the teams know how they're doing, support them, join in on the conversation using the hashtag PMPL Arabia. Follow us on YouTube, on Facebook, TikTok, as well as of course Instagram and Twitter. Join in on the join in on the conversation. Let us know, let the teams know what you're thinking, and of course just support them, right? Because it means a lot, I can tell you that much. As well as that, I'd like to thank our wonderful sponsors, Monster Energy, the official energy drink partner for PUBG Mobile Esports. I'm not alone though for this day 2 action-packed day coming right up. I am joined by the one and only, the fantastic Monica, to join in on all the shenanigans for today. How are you doing, Monica?
I'm doing wonderful, and I saw a lot of shenanigans, like you said, happen from yesterday. I was not expecting R8 to have 3 chicken dinners for sure, but I mean, we're going to be halfway through the entire finals today, Imperium, and I am so excited to be back.
Definitely. Let's take a bit of a quick look at the calendar, of course, in terms of not only within reason reflecting on where we've come from, right? The amazing 3 weeks of Super Weekend and league stage action we've had, but of course, more importantly, where we're at right now, which is the finals. We had day one yesterday on the 21st, day two today, and then of course, Monica, tomorrow is the final day.
It feels like it's been longer, Imperium. Honestly,
I
I
know,
mean, if
right?
when we're looking at the calendar here, it's been a month. We've been here, us with Highland Wolf. We've been here with the teams as well. But I mean, it's coming down to the very end.
It's been a journey. It's been such a long journey, not only for us, but every single one of these players, every single one of these teams. They've crawled or scratched. They succeeded
Mm.
as well, and they've risen up in a big way to get to this point in the finals. Is where it all counts, and it's not just the regional final spots that they are fighting for. We have a wonderful prize pool on board that all of these teams are looking to grab a bit of a stronghold of.
When you look at the difference between first and second, right? That's a quick math, $3,500 difference, and then the difference kind of drops down from there, right? Once you get to fourth
Yeah.
place and below, it's only a 250-point difference there. So really the teams at the top, it's a lot of pressure. You make one mistake, it could be a 2,500 or $3,500 mistake, right? That costs you that first place or second place.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I kind of highlighted with Highland Wolf yesterday. That drop between first and third is pretty massive. However, it does go to show that as you look down that prize pool, yeah, there's money to be
Mhm.
made if you're going from 16th to 15th, 16th to 14th. So even if the teams down at the bottom might not be looking the best when it comes to total points, etc., there is still that prize money that will be somewhat on the back of their head. We can have a look though, Monica, at the overall standings from the first 6 games yesterday. What stood out for you?
Definitely that RA. I know I kind of already touched on it. I did ask them.
Fair.
I said, "Wow, 3 chicken dinners. How are you guys feeling?" And they're saying, we're just making records. We're just playing our game, which they actually
Okay.
tied the same number of chicken dinners in a single day with Skyrocket and GEEKAY. So really, just putting themselves right up at the top to start the day or start the finals off really, really strong.
And it's funny enough you say that they told you that they're playing their own game. That stands out to me, right? They've played their own game, and don't
Yeah.
get me wrong, they've certainly played within reason, calculated, and some might argue passive. But fundamentally, yeah, they played their own game. They stayed out of trouble. They haven't gotten into some crazy situations across most of the games, and it has indeed resulted in 3 chicken dinners. But for me, Ardu Thunders have been
Mm.
probably the most impressive team. I came in yesterday as regarding them as the dark horse team, and they've impressed me a lot over the first 6 games.
The Falcons team, I'm not surprised that they're up there. They are.
That's
I'm
true.
surprised that they're the only one without a chicken dinner way up there. That does go to show, their placement points are pretty much actually above even OOREDOO Thunders. But it was the elimination points from OOREDOO Thunders to put them up a little bit higher. Everyone else there, I'm not too surprised here. And if you look at the point difference now, they're still close, right?
Oh yeah,
Imperium, like 88 to 50, that's only a 38-point difference. That's like
yeah.
one and a half good games.
I know it's very minimal. The top 9 teams are indeed divided by 38 points as you regard it. Of course, RA
Mm,
does have the 18 point lead over second place, which is a healthy cushion. You touched upon
yeah.
Team Falcons. They've been the most consistent team so far in the finals across the first 6 games. They had 24 point game, they had a 10 point. Sorry, no, my apologies. They had a 17 point result, a 12 point result, a 16 point result, and an 18 point
Mm,
result. So out of the 6 games, they had 4 very solid results to put them in third place, and that certainly deserves to be credited, despite not having a chicken dinner.
yeah. Looking at the second page, however, I'm a little surprised to see a team like POWR. We've seen Road to Glory. Remember that one week that in I think it was League Players Super Weekends, every single Sanhok match was Road to Glory's chicken dinner. Like they just won every single Sanhok match those 2 days. So for here, where there's a little bit less Sanhok, right? They can't just bank on all those points coming out from that one solo map. They're only sitting at 9th place.
Yeah, but they also did string together some
Mm-hmm.
pretty consistent results yesterday. Day 2, day 3, sorry, game 2, game 3 were both 14 and 11-point results, and then they had a 13-point result in the 5th game. So Miramar has been their most successful map so far. Monaco in the
Yeah.
finals, they've had 27 points across 2 games, not to be sniffed at. It's funny enough because Erangel has eluded a few teams. Obviously, Road to Glory in their own way, as they've only gotten 6 and 4. And the leading team, believe it or not, their worst map so far has actually been Erangel. They've only gotten
Mm.
5 points across the first 2 Erangel games. Yeah, okay, you've got to be jack of all trades, but it does show you that there's a lot more in the bank, in the back pockets for RA to pull out if they can grab Erangel under control.
You need to have Erangel as a very consistent map for you because we play it so much, right? We play it
Yeah.
more than any other map in any given day, any given, I guess, weekend in this tournament. So, I mean, just to not have Erangel solidified down, it's really hurting them. And we saw that in the standings.
Exactly. 6 games down yesterday. We've got 6 more coming up right for your faces. Let's take a look at the schedule.
Nice.
Pretty similar. Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok. Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok. The tricky aspect, of course, Monik, is ending the day, not only today, not only yesterday, but of course tomorrow on Sanhok makes it quite unpredictable when it
Yeah.
comes to the RNG factor, at least.
Especially when you have Erangel as your last match, even Miramar, but more so Erangel where it's I don't want to say small or big enough, but like a Miramar is a little bit too big, right? If you have a pretty extreme playing path, you could have teams all
Yeah.
dropping. It's very hard to predict where they go. And then Erangel, it's pretty you know where 90% of the teams are about to drop. So in case you need to make that last ditch effort hot drop, on a team that's right above you in the standings, maybe, between like first and second or etc.
That's
If you're
true.
very, very close in scores, it's easier than Erangel, but it's so much more harder on sand because you have no idea where somebody could just differently drop.
Yeah, that's definitely a factor that will come into play because the top 10 teams do make it into the regional. So it's just we are of course focusing on the team that's going to win and be regarded as the best team in the Arabic region for this fall split. There is the fact that 10 teams will make it into the regional finals. So that's something that is very possible for the teams who are even down in the bottom, whether it's Triple Esports, YALLA, or Twist of Minds.
For sure. So I'm so excited, Imperium, because finals is just a whole nother level, right? It's if you thought the league play, if you thought the super weekends were serious, it gets a whole 10 times more serious in the final because everyone's trying to go for that money and trying to go for those top 10.
Yeah, definitely. Well, to highlight a fantastic collaboration that we do have coming up in PUBG Mobile to show the respect of the Iraqi people, the first time PUBG Mobile is collaborating with the Iraq football team. You can get in-game items since the event launched on the 22nd of July. Don't forget to follow the community tournaments of the Iraq football team on the 19th of July to the 25th of July. Follow us on all the socials. So thank you to the Iraq football team for providing a fantastic collaboration. And it's, talked about it with Highland Wolf yesterday. It's great to see the traditional sport of football collaborating with PUBG Mobile.
I like how they edited in a PUBG Mobile player into the team, like standing off to the side with a level 3 helmet. What position do you think? If someone from PUBG
Goalkeeper.
Mobile were to goalkeeper, you need that helmet in case the ball comes like zooming to your head.
Yep. Gotta protect the noggin, Monica. Gotta protect the noggin. It's where all the big brain plays come out of.
Definitely. I hate to see a concussion with the ball coming straight to your head, but like you said, I love seeing kind of the overlap of traditional and esports, right? As it slowly becomes more recognized as a real sport.
Yeah, exactly. Simple as that. Absolutely wonderful. So we definitely saw some great games yesterday, and we've highlighted a couple of teams. Is there a few teams or one or two teams from a negative standpoint that have, I don't want to say disappoint, but surprised you on how low down they are?
I'm surprised that YALLA is in 15th place. This is a team that we know can take the
It's true.
fights, right? I know they had a little bit of issue in Sanhok back when GEEKAY and YALLA were both landing in boot camp, right? And no matter who, even though YALLA was winning the fight a little bit more than GEEKAY, they were holding themselves to the
Mm,
15-minute mark in boot camp, right? To the point we had other teams like POWR, like R8 coming over the hill and third partying and just wiping out everyone who's still
yeah,
left in the city. So for them to still be at 15th place, it's like, they could do a lot better.
they can. However, I kind of highlighted this with Island Wolf, and I even said it coming
Mhm.
into the PMPL Arabia Full Split. We don't know what kind of Yalla we're going to get day
Yeah.
to day, tournament to tournament. You can have that amazing, genuinely best team in the region where they won the Global Esports Tour live event, or you can get this Yalla team that genuinely make plays as if they're a tier 2 team, and I say that with all due respect to them. So I worry that, you know, we are seeing that right now. Day one was
Mhm.
not good for them at all. Certainly a surprise. I really hope that they're able to have spent the last 20 plus hours or so between day one and the start of day two doing the relevant VOD review. The IGL needs to pick the whole team up and say, hey, that was yesterday. It's fine. It wasn't the best day, not the best start, but we still have 12 games to to turn things around and get back up to the top half of the standings, because it's not going to be easy. Yes, there's 10
Yeah.
spots up for the regional finals, but we also know that you don't want to leave it. The last thing any of these teams want to do is leave it until the final game to secure the regional final spot.
Especially with the final game being Sanhok, and it's
Mm,
not
yeah,
their best map for sure. It's the more experienced teams at this point in the tournament, if they're on the bottoms, that will show their experience by really
that's
coming back
true.
around, right? It's really easy to, hey, we're doing well, just keep doing well, right? There's nothing really to be said, right? Just keep doing what we're doing. If you're doing really poorly, like YALLA down in 15th position, they need to, be mentally strong enough to like, hey, what were our mistakes? Let's talk about it and fix it for tomorrow. Instead, I've seen so many teams just, angry at themselves, angry at their teammates, angry at just everybody in general, angry at the circles, and just kind of self implode, just radio silence, nothing to be said, and they just continue to play exactly the same into the next day.
Exactly, exactly. Enigma Galaxy as well, to me, Monica, have underperformed quite heavily.
Mm,
I became quite critical of them towards the end of the day, not only because they're the defending champions and they're the third best team in the world, and that
yeah.
does come with an element of pressure. And I said throughout the league stage that trusting the process, they're doing their own thing, they're playing the Nova effect, waiting off for the finals, and they had okay results yesterday. Let's also be honest. Out of the 54 points that they scored, nearly half those came from the two Sanhok games. And yeah, okay,
Mm.
it's certainly a factor, but for this team that are known to be quite good across all maps, I expected more from them.
They're one of the teams that if they can win, they win with, 18
Yeah,
eliminations, right? There's only a handful of teams in this lobby that can do that, like Major Pride, like NIGMA Galaxy, like DK, right? Some of those
yeah.
teams, such as the only one, like 4K, some of those not as strong teams, they like,
Mm,
if they get a chicken dinner, usually it's maybe like 5, maybe a maximum 10 eliminations. So NIGMA Galaxy, they are 34 points from first place, which is R8 with 88 points. So it's like I said,
yeah.
like a game and a half, really, really good, and they can catch up.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's not bad. I know. I just expect better from them. Let's see if they're going to be able to turn it around. As Monica, we are into game
Let's
number one of the day,
go.
day two of the PMPL Arabia Full Split Finals.
I am so ready for this. I missed this, Imperium. We had about a week break, right? All the players and
Yeah.
us as well. And I've been looking forward to this. And just I know these teams, they've been playing in their community tournaments and playing in their events. They've been playing daily, PMPL team scrims just to prepare for these 3 days.
Preparation is certainly key. You fail to prepare, you prepare to fail. That's certainly an element in playing. All right, to me, they were the antithesis of preparing all
Mm.
throughout the PMPL league stage and rocked up on day one with 3 chicken dinners. Can they repeat the process. Interestingly enough, they didn't really have the best of starts in day one yesterday. Let's see if they can start off a little bit stronger in this day two.
So the far eastern circle, right? Or circle, plane path, I'm geometry, Monica. The teams going all the way to the western side, like that North Georgia pole, Major Pride, and we've seen Major Pride have some issues when they can't get all the way over to that South Georgia pole hospital side, and we've seen them alternatively drop, like in Novo. It didn't really bode well for them. I think a lot of teams are gonna see a big crunch right in between Yalla and Severny and Razak, where they're all landing for those vehicles and trying to drive all the way over there, with Skyrocket and Pride kind of right on top of each other right now.
Well, the phase one has popped up and it's pretty centralized, similar to what we saw in the first game yesterday. So it's a pretty clean start for most of the teams, despite it being a little bit more of a heavy eastern circle. GEEKAY are going to have that split around the Rozhok terrain. Skyrockets are dropping on the north side, getting a little bit close and tangled around Major Pride, but no real engagement happening as of yet.
I just want to point out, Nomi is one of those players that you really want to watch in this lobby. Okay, there's a couple really of those elite players. Of course, we know the ones on NIGMA Galaxy, and Nomi, he's been so many just community events or smaller tournaments too. He's been the MVP just time and time again, and he really is the one leading his team, Major Pride, and a lot of fragging power. I really want to see Major Pride do a little bit better because they are just kind of that middle ground right now in the overall standings.
Indeed. So many of these teams want to kind of, I suppose, know more than we do in terms of what they need to do to get back up in the standings if you're low down, to get up to the top spot if they're lying underneath them. It's easier said than done. I will certainly attest to that. And the biggest worry is if a team doesn't know what they've done wrong, and they're left scratching their heads after yesterday's games, they're going to have to find out, discover, and fix it in today's 6 games.
Sometimes ignorance is not bliss, right? You're just, I have no idea what we're doing wrong. I don't know how to fix it. I guess we'll just keep, punching the wall and just unsure what to do. And I'm not sure what just happened there, but we just had a member of Major Pride blow up in a vehicle explosion. Is that what happened?
Yeah, and Major... Okay, so here's the interesting thing. In yesterday's first game, as far as I remember, both Milky Pride and Skyrockets dropped in Nova. Okay?
Yes.
And with this Eastern Plane Path, I guarantee you that both Skyrockets and Major Pride thought that each other, or one, Major Pride thought Skyrockets would go to Nova, and Skyrockets thought Major Pride would go to Nova. As it happens, none of them have gone there. There seems to be a bit of confusion across Major Pride, and I would argue lack of IGLing that they've gotten themselves caught out, whereas you look at Skyrockets, they've disengaged, they've gone to North George. That's a bit weird. Shows that there's certainly some flaws in Major Pride's team synergy at the moment.
You think at this point in the game, right, after weeks of league play, super weekend, obviously with the map that they can watch back and just really get very specific analysis on the other team that they're playing against, that you would know, like the back of your hand, hey, this team goes here, this, or I'm expecting this team to go here. But sometimes we're just running around like a chicken with his head cut off. Just seems like we're still playing day one PMPL Arabia.
Well, look, I do understand the logic of, because we have God's eye view of knowing where each team drops.
Easy
Sometimes, they don't, and again, it was more me highlighting the fact that Skyrockets disengages a full squad and Major Pride didn't and have lost a player and are stuck in this position. Who has the best team coordination between the two teams? Arguably, it's Skyrockets.
They really surprised me a couple weeks ago. Skyrocket, they didn't qualify for the first super weekend, right, of the tournament.
Yeah.
And then they came guns a-blazing, won so many chicken dinners in the second match. So I think that first week was just really just a fluke, right? And they didn't end up getting there. I think they would have really finished off way stronger in the overall league plays if they had made that first weekend, obviously.
Definitely, they certainly set a pretty high standard for themselves across the Super Weekend stage. After all of the weeks played, they actually had the second highest average points per game. Yeah, okay, it's 15 less than the teams around them, but it is certainly a sign of what they can do, and they've shown that in day one for the time being. Currently lying in 5th place as far as I know, with 57 points in day one of the finals of PMPL. We're looking at major pride though. Like I said, getting a little bit slowed down by GEEKAY, but GEEKAY get a little bit too lackadaisical and they lose a player.
Wow, that was a mistake and a half. I mean, they came up to the high ground, right? They knew they had a solo singled out here, but Momi, he's going to take his AK out, and he gets a second knock this time onto GEEKAY. Way to make lemonade out of lemons.
You did say to watch out for Nomi, and
yeah, I did.
He's proven you right, Monica, on point with an iron sight AKM at that. Absolutely fearless play from him. Fearless play. And yeah, okay, he was stuck inside that corner, had to prone down, but the second the vehicle came there, he stood up and he took shots.
Any lesser player would have been shaking in their boots, right? Just prone, quiet, don't make any noise and hope they drive on by. Nomi instead used that vehicle to his advantage. The passenger person is going to be weak, right? He's just, just in a car driving by, doesn't really have a great, you saw him zoom in with a 6x scope, and he got that first knock and then got the driver right off without missing a beat. So this time now Major Pride having the advantage against GEEKAY.
Major Pride have got to be able to turn this around and look for the mass control of this engagement. On the other hand, I do think it was a massive mistake by GEEKAY. We can't underline that, or we need to continue to underline that it was a lackadaisical play from GEEKAY, considering they weren't really as a full team. Satan is still looting up Watertown. Either way, a couple of other teams are continuing to head towards the center of the circle. NIGMA Galaxy have 2 teams disengaging away from Pochinki, so they are looking to try and stop POWR Esports in their tracks.
During the league plays, we always commented how the spectators will never ever miss any sort of vehicle blunder, just like that, just putting them on blast and showing R8 parking the truck and getting it stuck on the buggy. So I love to see it, just a little comedic relief, right, in the seriousness of the fights between the other teams in the lobby.
YALLA moving quite swiftly in through this map, playing around a compound that's looking over Headshot Hills, and even has a player up towards a church area of Pochinki. So I really like YALLA's spread inside this phase 1.
NIGMA Galaxy disengaging from Pochinki. We see them do this, right? They come out of the city a little bit. They keep the hillside up here. Their only weakness here, though, is they are so split up, right? They sent 2 down to the hill. They keep 2 within the city just to keep still having the foothold. And we've seen them become overpowered when a full team, such as POWR coming in from GACA, comes up onto their hillside. And Imperium, look how much more central focused these teams are, with only 4 just kind of right on the edges.
Yeah, and then this is a pattern, to be fair, though, that we've seen across the PMPL Arabia. I was hoping that some teams will have adjusted a little bit more aggressively. I don't think it's a bad thing, and if that's the meta of the region, that's the meta of the region. But I don't think it's the one move that covers all games if you want to go into the center, as phase 2 has still kept a bit of military island in play.
The only issue with bombing in the center like that, right? You look how congested it is right around that Pochinki side. Now we're going to see kind of what we saw at the very beginning with those drive-bys, everyone shooting each other. The only one right on top of NASR, right on top of Twisted Minds, right? And FALCONS coming in from that shelter-ish area here. They're going to have a lot of room to play with as they come right on the apex of Potato Hill.
The only one opting to go for the buildings to the fields of Pochinki, overlooking the city right now. They gotta continue to control, because to the east of them, it's that hill up towards Potato Hill, and that's incredibly difficult to make your way up if you leave it too late. So the only one will want to be aware of that inside this phase 2.
We have a potential, actually not potential, it already happened, but POWR. Currently, 1 is going to be YALLA. That team I kind of criticized a little bit for being in the 15th position on the standings. I think turning their aggression now and really trying to clean up this fight against POWR.
Definitely a lot more proactive from YALLA Esports in the first 2 circle rotations, and even NIGMA Galaxy. And I think a little bit of a domino effect came into play because NIGMA Galaxy stopped Power Esports from getting deeper into that Potato Hill area. Power Esports slowed down. Yalla came into contact with them, and you can see Bomba has pulled off a beautiful nade to get at least one knock onto the players of Power Esports. Now, Bomba is going to push on down. The smoke stopping them a bit. Sanji is further away, but I would argue a little bit too far away. It needs to be a team coordinated engagement. Cypher's just going to run over the players of Power Esports. Just one player left standing from Power.
A little bit of third-party action, though, some shots onto Bomba. So quickly, being good about being aggressive and then receding back when they need to play a little bit defensively. But we see NIGMA Galaxy. Uh-oh, Raul. Tripped and broke his ankle, and now it's going to be a 3 versus 2 against Yalla.
Wow, so maybe that play from Sanji has been actually big brain because it slowed down NIGMA while the rest of the team focus on Power Esports, but the attention needs to be turned on towards NIGMA Galaxy. Can Yalla be the kings of Pachinki Hill on the south side of the city as Phase 2 Blue Zone is closing in? We are halfway through. Skyrockets are coming in from the west. You have RTG as well, and RA locking down a solid southwestern spread inside this circle.
That'd be quite the upset to take this hill because this is dead center in the circle. Neither of these two teams want to give it up, but while they're engaging like that, they need to keep an eye in the back of their heads because there's so many teams like NASR, the only one, remember, they're just a stone throw's distance away across the field. As we take a look at this next circle, and I mean, they need to wrap this up quickly because if the circle shifts away from them, they're going to need to go immediately.
Kind of curious why Bomba has gone to the compound. Maybe it's to try and get a couple of off-angle shots onto NIGMA Galaxy players from that compound, which is hard cover. I don't know, but I would argue he needs to get into the vehicle and join up with the rest of his team, or the other way around, as indeed that Phase 3 did centralize up around the fields inside the center of the circle, where the final player at Power Esports is resting, hoping he isn't spotted out. It's a great shift for R8 and OOREDOO Thunders.
I like how Falcons, they've seen it. They've seen everyone start to rev their engines and go ahead. Like we see Twisted Minds watching Triple Esports rotating quickly past them. But Falcons is going to stay on back in the circle and let everyone else kind of, take their shots at each other, dwindle their numbers as they stay safe back on Potato Hill.
Gotta make sure, teams, that you don't panic on this harsher circle shift, that you don't react without having the real information on your side. And take a bit of a risk, go for a small Hail Mary play. Let's be fair, Monica, this is still only Phase 3. We're nearly 30 minutes into the game.
This is crazy action that we already have. Yeah, like you said, it's first half of the game, and we saw in the miniature map, we see 4 different colors of teak right on top of each other. Conqueror, they're a great team too, but we need them to do a little bit better. But NASR, Ringo is going to catch one member of Triple Esports right off the back of the buggy, and they're caught right in the open with only a hay bale to call as home.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Triple Esports, one of the teams who have kind of panicked, moved into the fields of this Phase 3 circle. Going for a field position inside Phase 3 is incredibly risky and arguably not the right call to make because so many teams are looking around you. Yeah, okay, they've got to drop onto a couple of the NASR players, but they're not without punishment themselves, pretty much losing 2 players in the mix.
Clever, it was great for him to be able to clear up a couple of those players of NASR. However, I mean, all those vehicles around him, they're all blown up. They have Ali bleeding out, begging for a revive out in the middle of the open, and they're stuck here now, right? It's going to be very, very hard to get out of this field, especially as a circle is going to shift and potentially go off of them.
Yalla have joined up as a full squad on the underside of Pachinki Hill. Great call for them to make. SKYROCKETs opted not to go towards high ground. They're gonna rely on the hard cover of that compound that's down below. So I certainly appreciate that from SKYROCKETs. Major pride, as I believe a 3-person team playing on the western hillside of Falcon Esports get a knock in the Twisted Mind, but it's gonna come straight back at them. Ragnarok defends his position, and the rest of the team need to follow suit, as Never Alone is going to drive his way in. A lovely pre-nade by Ragnarok on the underside of that veiny area, but he's going to actually knock himself out with the nade.
Oh man, we talk about mistakes. That was a crazy mistake there. I mean, there wasn't really much he could do, right? He couldn't really go for the flush, especially with the other members of Falcon hanging in the back as the Overwatch. And we see the circle come out of the eastern side. I like how you said before, you know, you can't panic, and that's Falcons. They kept their cool, stayed on the far side,
Yeah.
just waited to come, and then seeing where this circle does hard shift, and then making their plans from there.
Although Twisted Minds were incredibly uncoordinated, in my opinion, having that spread like that was quite risky in its own right. CONQUEROR, another team who didn't really panic across the previous circle, stayed inside this beautiful position of the circle, and we see Major Pride. They are going for the push in towards the shack that's locked down by the NASR player. The pre-nade comes in, and it's an absolutely beautiful nade by NASR. He may go down, but he takes Major Pride with him.
Oh, that was, I mean, best scenario, I guess, for NASR, but he was just running out. He knew he was a goner, right? He just throws a nade, run out of the open. I'm done, but at least I took them with me. You know, lose-lose situation for Major Pride, for sure.
Woo! You gotta love it. There's nothing he could do. He knew there's a team crashing his shack, right? It was like, look, I might go down. He did try and run away. By the way, you could see what he was trying to do, because he knew that nade was gonna end up doing damage onto him. And I don't think it was the nade that actually took him out, by the way. I think it was the last player at Triple Esports that did it. And Falcons, they get rid of GEEKAY. We're down to 13 teams.
Man, Major Pride, that was, you know, 2 seconds and they were done for. And Falcons, though, you know, they stayed on the clear side over here. Let's just watch a quick replay and just kind of figure out what exactly happened. And Major Pride, they can watch it back as well and see just, you know, they're sent to the back to the lobby. He's like, what happened? What the heck happened here? So they just have to go back and analyze it.
Now Falcons are going to push up on that eastern side of it. Pachinki Hill. YALLA are there, so are NIGMA. What do NIGMA want to do? It seems like they're going to completely disengage. I look at that as a bit of a risk. It could be a little bit late. Falcon are taking shots towards him. Hamodi in the vehicle with his teammate, but they are able to get away. I think they do still have a full squad up. No, they're down to 3 players, and it said it might be a bad idea. It's proved to be a bad idea.
Yeah, they just couldn't get quite far enough because they were going for the vehicle, you know, just quickly just eject button, right, and go out into the field, but it was about to blow up. They quickly got out, got behind a hay bale, but now they have the attention of both Falcons and YALLA from this hillside. And Falcons, they're doing so well here to manage and keep all 4 players left alive, and they've been playing the edge game this entire time, and they're really doing it well.
They're spreading their wings and they're flapping away and flying into these circles and clawing at the opponents all around them, picking them off one by one. They are birds of a feather all in one, looking for their prey across the edge of the circle. Their next
How many bird references?
Looking to be the only one and possibly CONQUEROR on the underside of the hill.
Falcons did get the first initial, not going for the second actually this time, and the only one. They're easy pickings for the Falcons with only 1 player left alive right behind the buggy. Oh my gosh, that was an absolute slaughter. Imperium, the only one, had no idea what was happening to them.
So much purpose around how Team Falcons are playing. They go somewhere, they dominate, they move, they control, they move. It is beautiful play from Falcons inside game 1 of day 2 of the PMPL Arabia Fall Split Final. We turn our attentions over towards 4K. SKYROCKET fighting for the edge of the circle. 4K being stopped by SKYROCKET, but it's not without their casualties. 4K have not had a player knocked down just yet, but they are down to 3.
4K though, they're on the wrong side of the circle, right? And they still need to claw their way in with about 5 seconds left before the circle starts closing in one more time. They need to get a knock now if they want to even attempt to get into this circle.
YALLA has a player knocked on the north side outside of the circle, I might add. Falcons are swinging around easy with a beautiful nade onto, beautiful knock, should I say, onto Darby. That will shut the door a little bit in the face of 4K as they're still trying to claw their way into the edge of the circle. Little utility on board, a couple of free fire shots to slow Salam down and put him back behind the hay bale. But as he moves around behind a tree, Anaconda has been bitten, poisoned, down to half health, and Easy's gonna chuck out an easy nade that should connect. Oh, it does, but not quite enough.
Just a little bit shy, down to about a fourth of the way. Health and Anaconda. I mean, he needs to camouflage. He needs to blend, but Easy is not going to give him any easy way into it. And there goes the nade to put the demise of 4K out of the lobby in 10.
And Tamar just rocks it up. Powerful is down. He's the last player standing. He chucks out another nade. A revive needs to come in as swiftly as possible. The blue zone is edging its way closer to this circle as we get to the end of phase number 5. Smoke on the underside as well to keep YALLA as much as possible up as a full squad. They have got the revive on the bumper. That's incredibly valuable as they're up to 6 eliminations.
4 players still up. Falcons bleeding on a slight downhill to give them a little bit of cover. And YALLA, I mean, Lord is preventing YALLA from just coming and overrunning Falcons, right? As the circle is going on into the 6th phase, it's becoming so small that everyone can see each other from across the way. It's closing in here, and we got a wide open one. So it's about maintaining your smokes and keeping as many resources to the end. Lord still somehow staying alive in the midst of the Falcons.
While all of this is going on, the top 3 teams are still alive in this game. Wow. That is alright. That is OOREDOO Thunders, and that is Team Falcons. But OOREDOO Thunders have suffered a casualty. Make that a second as Triple Esports Clever gets a knock on the Haman. NIGMA Galaxy go down, so they are out in 9th place.
This is definitely not the timing that you want to have to be going for a revive with 30 seconds left until the circle is going to close one more time. Triple Esports just not quite within the circle, but they need to keep their attention on everyone on their backsides. That's going to be Conquer, and that's going to be OOREDOO. Thunder's on the side, POWR. Now the next one to go out in 8th position.
Nothing they could do down to a solo player, and alright just encroached on in. Now alright have suffered 2 knocks. I think that was the final player, YALLA, being a little bit impactful, and that has allowed SKYROCKET to get a bit of a pressure point onto alright, although it's only Easy on his own while his 2 teammates are pushing more towards that northwestern edge of the circle.
Come on, R8. I mean, it's their turn to lobby the nades in the direction of Easy from SKYROCKET. And the only thing going for SKYROCKET, they have a little bit more trees, a little bit more cover than on the opposite side of the circle, like OOREDOO Thunder is now using all their smoke to try to run out of the open and try to not take the blue.
OOREDOO Thunder needs Falcons to get more involved because it's not just CONQUEROR that are slowing OOREDOO Thunders, it's Triple Esports. They're in a pinch. They're in a panic. There's nothing they could do. The blue zone is covering their backs. Smokes will only get them so far. You can see the damage is being brutalized. Little by little, their health bars are going down further and further to the tipping point of being squad wiped and going down inside 7th place. But they still have that player up to 75%, running across the field into the open. Hassan gets it knock on the Calica, and more importantly, makes it into the smoke.
Just barely a little bit of cover for him. He's going to be able to get that first aid off, that clutch one to get him back up to 75 HP. However, Conquer, they're inching closer while the distraction, while Triple Esports was more focused onto OOREDOO Thunders, and they're now within striking distance with the grenades. Can they clear this one out? Because they need to try to attempt to fight Falcons on the northern side.
This is so close. SKYROCKET engage onto YALLA Esports. Easy's knocked. The revive potentially coming through, putting YALLA down to 3 players, keeping them suppressed on that northern tip of the circle is so important for SKYROCKET to contain and maintain an element of control inside the circle as OOREDOO Thunders finally bite the bullet and go down in 7th.
Falcons still with 3-man, 8 eliminations found right now, as now it's going to be Triple Esports and pay it right back to Conquer. There's only 1 player left alive in Imperium from Conquer, and he needs to stay alive. They need the points in this match with Triple Esports. He does find him out, but Clever is the way he's positioning, and Falcons laying down the pain.
Man, fair play to Triple Esports. I'll talk about them later on, but a fantastic result nonetheless as we're down to our final 4 teams. SKYROCKET, alright, YALLA Esports and Falcon Esports.
The only one in the circle is never alone, okay? They're sending one in the car, just get inch a little bit closer, but this is what Falcons wants, right? He wants everyone on the other side of the circle, like R8, like SKYROCKETs, like YALLA, focus on each other so they can get their prime positioning and then take out whatever's left from any team in the circle.
To me, any one of these final 4 teams can get the chicken dinner. It is a beautiful 4-way dance. And often, when you're the first to take shots, you're the first team to go down because you make noise, you put a target on your back. So you have to be incredibly disciplined. Body count for any of these teams, as it happens to be 3-3-3-3
Oh yeah.
remaining, doesn't even really matter, right? Yusuf gets a knock and a save and opens that door for him and his team.
The little ring around the rosy action. Everyone just looking sharp right, sharp left. But, I mean, there's a little bit of an apex of a tiny hill right into the middle. And R8, they're going to be the next casualty as Salim from SKYROCKET just find them. Falcons, though, they're keeping their 3 up and they're keeping themselves strong.
Slightly more cover for Falcon Esports. SKYROCKETs do go down. 3 teams are left. Never Alone stands up, gets a knock on too late and confirms that elimination, putting YALLA down to just 1 player. Bomba on the northern tip of the circle. Can he bump his way up into the top 2? Can he find that thorn in the side third party clutch moment to get the chicken dinner for his side? Often being down to solo technically puts you in a little bit of a better chance because he's less likely to be spotted out.
Yeah, Bampa, he's just hoping everyone forgets about him, right? He's just hoping coming at the I jinxed it. I jinxed it. It's going to be Falcons to find him out. So, I mean, with him going out, we're down to our last 2 teams, 3 versus 3.
Circle on phase 7 and phase 8 has gone towards R8. 3v3, Monica. Falcons have to make a move. They need to make a push. They're up to 12 eliminations. Can they crown what was already a fantastic day 1 with a beautiful, glorious 15 elimination chicken dinner in day 1, in game 1 of day 2 of the finals? Prestige wraps around for R8, looking to cover each side of the hay bale, jumping up and down, trying to get some forward information, looking for a pixel out of place amongst the trees, amongst the cover of the circle, the flat terrain. There's nothing really these teams can do than look for that perfect shot to get the first shot, to get the first knock in this 3v3 fight, but it's a nade to do the dirty, to do the damage to R8, connecting onto Prestige, another one putting pressure onto SK Ton. Ida, he needs to move around. He needs to get that counter. It has to be traded as quickly as possible. We talked about Falcons every single second of this game. Every single position that they moved in, they dominated and they played with purpose. It's no different for the final moment of this game. The fleeting shots, the trades, not right coming through. Ida gets knocked. SK Ton is the final player up. And although a knock comes in, it's not going to be enough. And Team Falcons grab the first chicken dinner of the day.
Falcons, there was about a 20-point difference between them and R8 before this game. They saw them, Falcons in 3rd place and R8 up in 1st. They say, you're living a little too well up there. We're going to come and dethrone you. And that's exactly what they're trying to do here with the first chicken dinner of day number 2. So great momentum that they set for themselves here. But R8 still really great performance. Not quite getting the chicken dinner, but still really, really well fought out 2nd place.
Man, that Team Falcons performance, not only to me their best game in PMPL so far, I would argue one of the best games that we've seen in PMPL Arabia from any of these teams. Like I said, every single position that they went to, they conquered. They left it a little bit later in the first couple of circles to ride in. They played the edge game and they played it perfectly, Monica.
And 15 eliminations. I mean, we didn't really see them have big just team fight, right? It was just picking off these fights, just harassing these players and putting the pressure on them. For example, NIGMA Galaxy forcing them down the hill to try to bomb it into the circle right ahead of them. And then they were able to pick off 1-2 eliminations from there. So it was just a very just consistent, just constant pressure and able to get 30 points in the first match.
And at one point, they were down to just 1 player in Damar, but Damar got the knock onto YALLA, slowed YALLA down, and he was able to get the double revive. If that double revive hadn't come through, arguably Team Falcons wouldn't have had an easy of a job to get that chicken dinner.
And in that last fight, the really important play was the grenade to putting up that fight against YALLA and knocking, or sorry, not YALLA, R8 Prestige, and that was what really you could see the knobs, I guess, churn in the heads of Falcon. All of a sudden, way more aggressive. You know, they're like, we know we have the numbers advantage, and then just wiping the rest of them out.
And it's even worse for GEEKAY Esports, who only got 1 point in this game, because I highlighted how R8, OOREDOO Thunders, and Team Falcons were kind of into the top 5, top 6, right? And even SKYROCKET Esports, they had a great game, so a lot of pressure being applied to GEEKAY up in the top 5 of the standings.
If Major Pride hadn't held GEEKAY, you know, in Razak, we saw the 1 versus 2 with Nomi, you know, dwindle their numbers down to only 2. I think GEEKAY could have had a much better game because Erangel, you know, it is their bread and butter for sure. And I think that initial, you know, glimpse, they couldn't recover.
It was their own fault, though, as you take a look at the up-out moments of that game. They made their bed and they lied in, and we saw the great play from Ali of NASR Esports with that free nade launch to wipe down Major Pride. You know, if I'm going down, I'm taking you with me.
Yeah. It's like you'll think twice before pushing me in a shack next time, you know? I mean, it was, I guess it was funny for us, but to the horror of Major Pride, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. And the last player of NASR, I wonder if, you know, as he went down, if he found out that those nades connected, and I'd imagine as he, you know, got to the amount of eliminations he got at the end screen, that he would have seen that. But yeah, fantastic play. And you saw Falcons, right? Whether it's like Twist of Minds, the only one, NIGMA Galaxy, YALLA, and even SKYROCKETs, right? And then in the end, R8, they dominated 5 or 6 teams in this lobby. It was crazy.
I mean, what a match to start off day number 2 for sure. I said I was really anticipating coming back to casting after this week off for everyone, and I am so happy. I'm very satisfied with this match.
So satisfied. We do need to, in a really positive way, talk about YALLA. Finally, right? That performance playing on the northwestern side of Cheeky Hill, covering POWR Esports and kind of stopping them off the back of that kind of domino effect, really important. There was a couple of risky positions, but in the end, I think they played extremely well as a team. And once again, they're easily their best game in the final so far.
I believe they came in 3rd, right? Because they lost their members. It was just that solo. We wanted to see a little bit more from that solo, right? Because we said it's very hard to pinpoint a solo, right? Because they're not standing up and fighting like the other fuller teams in the lobby, so it's easier just to kind of snake your way in, third party, and maybe, you know, like steal an elimination.
Yeah, definitely. It was just good to see them. It's just good to see them get an absolutely fantastic result. And let's go to a bit of a quick break, and we'll be back on our screens in a couple of minutes. Welcome back to day 2 of the PMPL Arabia Fall Split Finals, brought to you by Oppo. Upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphone for PUBG Mobile Esports Middle East and Africa in 2022. Of course, shout out to the Iraqi football team. The very first time PUBG Mobile have collaborated with the Iraqi football team to respect the Iraq people. You can get the in-game items from the event launch starting on the 22nd of July. Don't forget to follow the community tournaments as well of the Iraqi football theme from the 19th of July to the 25th of July, as well as follow the PUBG Mobile MENA socials over on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook.
I'm glad you're highlighting the football team because if I was doing that, I'd definitely be saying soccer all over the place. I know you like
Oh,
to. I know you like
stop.
to joke about my like American soccer. You know?
It's like, yeah, but you know, to show the respect of the Iraqi people for some
Soccer
gonna
team.
celebrate with their Iraqi soccer team, you know.
You make it sound so
Um,
lame when you say it like that.
that was my intention, cause here's the secret. It sounds lame, but you know what doesn't sound lame, Monica? The overall standings.
Mm.
Let's take a look at where these teams lie after 7 games played.
So before this match, R8 was 80 points, right? Team Falcons was remind me, quick math. I think they're about
69.
20, yeah, 69, about a 20 point, a little less than that 20-point difference, 19 points. So now they've almost caught up. They're 8 points in difference between our first and second team.
It's so close. It's so close. Definitely between the top two. OOREDOO Thunders and SKYROCKETs also getting a decent result, especially SKYROCKETs in that first game of the day. They're on equal points on 72, only 27 points behind Team Falcons in second place. You have GEEKAY dropping down to 5th and NIGMA dropping down to 6th. So they're passive, arguably fearful movement in game number 1 where they tried to go down to that Pachinko way too late. It's pushed them down the standings.
Falcons heard me before this, Imperium, when I said they're the only team in top 5 without a chicken dinner. And they're like, we're going to fix that for you and then get that first chicken of the day.
Exactly. YALLA Esports move up to 13th place in the overall standings. They had 11 points coming into today's game. So in 6 games, they had scored 11 points. In this first game alone, they scored 16. That is a massive improvement.
The team that did make a little bit of an improvement, maybe not a massive improvement, but a little bit of improvement was YALLA, right? They were sitting in 15th position, now jumping up to 27. I want to see more from them, Imperium, though, because this is a team that we've seen some great things from them. But I mean, 13th position on day number 2 is not a great place to be.
It's not, but it's step by step, right, Monica, as you get into game 2. So it's all about kind of highlighting that as a positive and hoping they can keep the momentum up as you get into this Miramar game.
This is our first out of 2 Miramar matches. Remember, guys, it's going to be 2 of every map today. 6 matches for every single day of finals. Miramar, it's tough, where it's so large that if you don't get a favorable plane path, you're going to be alt dropping. You're going to be, I mean, a lot of teams nearby you are probably going to be alternative dropping, and that's just another additional factor you have to keep in mind as you're rotating. Of where did we drop, who's going to be by us, and who may have gone somewhere differently.
Well, alright, didn't really have to worry about that yesterday. They won the 2 Miramar games, so will they repeat the process in the first Miramar game of the day? I would argue it's going to be a little bit tougher, right? They've, within reason, put a target on their backs. Falcons have closed that gap after game 1, and I think given the chance, many of these other teams will take every opportunity to close the gap against R8.
GEEKAY is a team that consistently we see them drop in that central position, right? And they have actually, if I'm squinting a little bit more, I see Road to Glory. We have some of these players very on the edges of Picado. Maybe, you know, this is a team that usually goes up to the power grid area, maybe going for some of those vehicle spawn before heading on up there. But we have Nabu. I mean, he's a little close for comfort, right, to GEEKAY.
Well, it seems like Riva is... No, it's actually... Yeah, no, it's Nabo. My apologies. You're right. He has gone to, I think, that small compound that's to the north of Picado, and that is relatively close to GEEKAY indeed. Phase 1's popped up, Monica, and it's quite focused down the south side of the map.
Okay. We have our running... Whenever Highland Wolf is here, it always goes a Los Leones, right? Where do you think this one's going to go?
Oh, where do I think? I think it's going to end around the Chumasera Hills. The southwest Chumasera Hills, where I think it's going to finish.
I'm trying to think. Where has a circle not gone recently in Miramar? And I'm trying to predict that.
Well, Los Higos, like down in the South Island, like, you know.
Did I ever tell you this one? It was a very similar circle like this.
Yeah.
Okay, it was some other tournament. I'm like, oh, you know, it could go to Leslie. I just like it was right here in the first phase or second phase. It could go all the way down there, but very improbable, right? It's all the way down there. And
Yeah.
where does it end up? Literally Los Eagles on that far southern. I'm like, I'm just gonna not talk about predicting circle ever again.
Look, it certainly would be a dream come true. Not gonna lie, not gonna lie. Twisted Minds have a 3-1 split between Monte Nuevo and to the south of Picado. So I suppose within reason, a little bit like RTG in their own right. And Ragnarok is already solidified around the center of the circle. So it's a good anchor point for Twisted Minds to begin with in this game too.
If the other teams don't catch him, right? It's a good spot, and he has the visualities and information, but he is all by himself, all by his lonesome. If a whole other team is able to pinpoint him or decide that, hey, just, you know, that's going to be the spot that we're going to try to rotate to, it's going to be a very difficult 1 versus 4 situation. And to do that in a PMPL lobby too, we rarely ever see like a 1 versus 4 actually be fruitful.
I love this kind of phase 1 though, Monica. I really do. The south side of the map is so hilly, but it has pockets of compounds and pockets of hills that you're able to kind of lock down. You know, I'm looking at kind of Minas, the Val area, right? That's to the direct south of Chumacer. You have the hills to the southwest of Los Leones, and arguably that church hill that overlooks the more center of this circle. That is pretty perfect if Major Pride want to go there.
It has huge vantage points across all the, and we've seen some circles do land around that area, but to have ones, you know, you pinpoint one up on the roof, right? You're able to really, especially if you got that 6x, 8x sniper scope, you're really able to just see everyone rotating past you, get that information. Hey, we saw this car, you know, 4-man team go this way, etc. They've staggered up in these compounds, and then when the next circle pops on up, you know, like, I'm gonna steer clear over here, or hey, I identified there's a solo hanging out in this compound really far away from this team. Let's stop there, you know, sweep him out, get that elimination point, and then now we've debilitated that team.
Yeah, exactly. Similar to kind of what Falcons did in the first game, right? They just kind of picked off one by one, then pushed on that, and yeah, it was just a beautiful momentumly building game from Falcon Esports. Can they repeat the process in this second game of the day? NASR, Monica, they have a solid 2-2 split around La Bandita and to the north east of Los Leones. Not the best 2-2 split, but in terms it gives some great options on how they want to edge further into the circle from this area.
They're also currently sitting in 8th place before this match. NASR is. They nothing really to write home about. They're in that. Remember, we said 4th and below. There's only a $250 difference in prize pool, but it's that top 10 that you're really trying to contend for to make it into the regional final. So NASR, they're in it, but not very comfortably in it because they're 2 placements away from falling out.
Exactly, and when it's all said and done, coming into the final game, more than likely there is going to be only 1 or 2 points, or at most kind of 5 points dividing 11th, 12th, and up to 10, 9, 9th, and 8th. It's going to be going right down to the wire, and you got to be able to create as much of a cushion as possible coming into the final games tomorrow.
It messes with your mentality. If you're at the bottom, right, and we need 80 points to catch up, or we need to win the next 3 matches, right? That's a lot of pressure to put on yourselves, and it's just put, you know, all or nothing. We need to go big, or we're literally going to go home type of deal. Versus, hey, you're a team that's sitting at the top, right? And you can play a little bit more freely. You're not quite so pressured to we have to win the match. You know, having consistent good matches even without chicken dinners, it's a little bit less pressure, and it's a little bit more feasible for you to do.
Yeah, exactly. Getting a chicken dinner when you're one of 16 teams is so much harder within reason than getting 8 to 10 points as a single team, right? With the 16 teams in the lobby, because you get 1 squad wipe, that's 4 points, right? You get a couple of other kills on top of that, 6 points, and you get into the top 6. That's automatically around 10 to 12 points. So yeah, much more accessible to get those 10 to 12 point games that, to be fair, we always look for, especially if it's in a consistent manner.
Also, when teams pigeonhole themselves to we need to get the chicken dinner, right? They play so passively, and we've seen that with, for example, Road to Glory, right? I've seen them win matches. However, they played so passively where they literally didn't see any single other person until the last 5 minutes of the match. They just kept themselves so far away. So they win the chicken dinner, but only get 5 eliminations.
The only one laying down a bit of pressure on the GEEKAY, who have a pretty deep 2-2 split outside of NASR. Satan is covered by the hard part of the buildings, chucking out of smoke. Ragnar is behind a minivan. It seems like he's going to get inside the buggy and get out of dodge. Great play by the only one, right? They have a good spread, good suppression, a good start for them.
This is the backyard of the only one. They know every single ridge, every single dip and rock to hide behind. GEEKAY, they're a little bit, I mean, I want to commend them for their quick rotation out of Picado and quickly got down to this mountainside. But they're a little bit, what is it, out of their comfort zone, right? They don't know this area quite like these southern teams. It's going to come back on the mainland, though, Imperium. So no Los Egos circle for us this time.
No, it's shifted up north, unfortunately. It is still within Los Leones. It's a pocket of the circle that, especially in phase 2, you don't really want to commit yourself to without kind of suffering later down the line, especially if it moves away. So I expect teams to play around it more so than through it coming into this phase 2.
4K, they've got Untitled Thunders just say, I know there's an entire team coming over here. Aiko, he's like, I don't want any part of this. I'm gonna throw some nades, maybe just wait for the rest of his team to hopefully come over. He does have Ragnar there in the distance playing a little bit of Overwatch and applying the pressure to keep him from coming over the top and finding his teammate. He gets the first one, a little bit of damage to strafing the shots, but it's the drop shot to put him down on his knees.
A weird split from OOREDOO Thunders, to be fair. 4K certainly push into this area with the lack of information, but the fact that they've done it as a full team is a simple reason why they were able to get that elimination point onto the members of OOREDOO Thunders. And now OOREDOO Thunders are just going to have to run with their tail between their legs and, you know, licking their wounds.
Untitled Thunders, they landed in Los Leones. They extended out once they saw that pretty far southern circle, and now that it's come back on the mainland, they're kind of kicking themselves, right? We went a little bit too far. We have to come back now. We lost one from going all the way out there, and now they're just, okay, we need to regroup and let these two teams fight, which is Triple Esports and 4K.
Triple Esports, indeed. Looking to get involved and
vehicle.
Hearing the shots.
Yes.
Looking for a third-party opportunity. Milky Way, what would you give that? 7.8 out of 10?
I give a 1.5 out of 5 stars for the Uber driver and no tip.
Whoa! I didn't know we were going by the 5-star rating system. I thought it was out of 10.
Out of 10. Okay. What is that? Times 2. 3 out of 10 and no tip. Negative tip. I'll take some money back.
What the? Wow. Okay. Jeez. You were.
He's like more American things. Tipping. What is that?
I know, right? It's like we don't tip in Europe.
What is that?
Jesus. Phase 2 now closing in as we're into the 11.5-minute mark of the game. Generally relatively quiet. We've only lost 2 players. Still 16 teams are live. CONQUEROR playing to the hills east of Picado in a good spot. Falcon Esports have a 2-2 split, but POWR are behind them. You have NASR to the south of them and CONQUEROR to the west of them. It could get a little bit scary for Falcons.
SLR in hand, watching people rotate on pass. And GEEKAY, they have a 2-2 split over here. Triple Esports, so we have the sequel of the fight from the compound where 4K, they came up a little bit too close, and Triple Esports not wanting to allow them to do anything as it goes flying through the air. And 4K, they have a little bit better of a position too, playing the anchor in the hard cover, and they send 2 right up close.
Great shots by Ali to suppress the members of 4K. The push by 4K was, to me, not the right start because you don't push as a duo in that moment. In my opinion, you got to push as a trio. Keeping 2 players in the back line is is no more beneficial than having one player in the back line. So not enough pressure applied to Triple Esports. Ali was able to return fire in a great way. Now he's disengaging in his own right because he was the only one player there. Plus, Phase 3's popped up and it's gone up northeast.
I like the priority put on the circle. GEEKAY as well, same thing. Looks like they're heading towards the city, stopping at the compound just outside, and they're going to use this kind of bunny hopping, right? Bunny hop here, get the information from in the city, see where it is free, and then continue going. Not just full send, drive with no information into the city, and then just get lasered by everyone within the compounds. And then Falcons, I mean, they're all four stacked up onto this one compound with Road to Glory on their backside.
Because they were quite heavily split, and I don't know how quickly they joined up as a full squad, whether it's before Phase 3 popped up or whether just as Phase 3 popped up. But now they got to make their bodies count, getting a couple of initial shots towards Unknown of RTG. RTG have got to be careful because that dip is at risk of nades, and you can see Youssef is aware of that. Chucks at one, doesn't really quite connect, certainly not a knock executed. But again, a little bit of suppression is never a bad thing.
They're not really fighting for positioning here yet, so they don't need to take this fight. Of course,
fair.
You know, a hyper aggressive team like Falcons, especially with their confidence from winning the previous match, will want to collect up. But that's a big dip, right? It's not just one of those small ones that you assume everyone's in. One will knock all of them. They could be wasting a lot of resources here, as we're still kind of right in the central position. Oh, Major Nade, Nomi, literally knocked out of the building.
Yeah, I don't know exactly Major Pride's pathing around this area of the map, but they said that they could have gone to this church side from Phase 1. They didn't. I think they went more heavily south, and then they had to path their way up north, and it's Twisted Minds who were there before them moving from Monte Nuevo. You had that 3-1 split at the start of the game, and they were able to get a pick onto one of the Major Pride players, at least for the time being. Still 3 players strong for Major Pride.
This was Major Pride going in Chimasera, staying way too long in the church. Look, they weren't, Major Pride wouldn't have even disengaged from this area until the blue zone was right on their backs, right? Waiting way too long, allowing Twisted Minds to just over-rotate past them. And, I mean, they're each one casualty each, so it's not a very good situation for either of them, but they got SKYROCKET, though, down the eastern side. I mean, they're rotating on past them as well, but all 4 of them are in the same vehicle.
Yeah, the party bus is not really the place to be inside the blue zone of Phase 3 when you have this many teams wrapping around you. Whether it's Twisted Minds, whether it's Major Pride, whether it's R8, it's going to get hairy, scary for SKYROCKETs, and they move out. They do lose RIP for it, but still, once again, up as a 3-person team.
Quite the difference from the previous game where majority of all the teams were in the central. There's only 4 teams on the edges here. Here in Miramar, it's so much harder, so much slower to make those long rotations that we're catching so many of these teams on the edges. There's about 4 or 5 different teams on top of each other on this western edge.
And Phase 4 shifted down to southeast, so Los Leones is in play. You have YALLA on that northern side. You have GEEKAY on the kind of northwestern edge of Los Leones, and Triple Esports, although they have a player knocked, they are on that eastern high ground of Los Leones, so these teams not looking too bad inside the circle as Twisted Minds once again suffering more casualties. It is traded, but at the end of the day, damage has been done to Twisted Minds.
That was a terrible position to get knocked. He was at 2 seconds before the blue zone comes in. His team is barely going to have time if they can even do it. Go for the revive. Dami, just forgetting about SKYROCKETs, trying to go after R8 and getting punished for it, but it's SKYROCKET to get punished in the end as they go out as the first team out of the lobby.
SKYROCKETs, man, they're breaking my heart because they're so volatile with their results, where they just go from one game to another, where they have beautiful game and then just incredibly poor, and then beautiful, incredibly poor. They need to try and switch up an element of playstyle that's going to deliver a stronger level of consistency across these games. Easier said than done as they're running out of time. NIGMA Galaxy are running out of time. They're running out of players to fend off the might of 4K inside Los Leones, who are looking to catch them out in 4K.
This is quite the rotation from NIGMA Galaxy. Remember, they come from El Pozo to come all the way up onto the, actually down into the southeastern side. So NIGMA Galaxy, they're way a long ways from home. We're not in Kansas anymore as, man, I mean, we have such high hopes for NIGMA Galaxy, but to see time and time again, just out way too early.
And no real depth to their playstyle. It seems to be all passiveness. They are getting drowned out, and there's certainly a level of frustration that seems to be on the players' minds. Something is going wrong inside the camp of NIGMA Galaxy in some way, shape, or form, and it's affecting their end game, their end result in the PMPL Arabia Fall Split Finals. Still, RTG and Falcons inside the same areas that they've had across the last circle and a half. It's now more in the northern edge of the circle. Who will be the first to move?
This is dangerous. Majority of teams are in the city, and I mean, Falcons and Road to Glory, kind of how you alluded to, who's going to be the first one to move. It depends, right? And you don't want to be the first one to move because then the other team's going to be shooting at you. But they're definitely on the clearer side of this circle, whereas everyone in the cities are going to pick each other apart. This is what we've talked about before, overcommitting to the city a little too early. And like, if you look at it, the only one, how are you going to rotate past all these teams around you to get further into the center?
That's why I kind of put YALLA, Triple Esports, and GEEKAY as having kind of the best positions on the very edge of the city, going from east to west, and the next shift does go up northeast. Fantastic for NASR, arguably fantastic for Falcons, and even better for the likes of YALLA and Triple Esports.
Terrible for Major Pride, the only one, R8. They're just, oh man, to go away from them so late in the game and having to cross out of the city into the open, you know, Road to Glory. We see that these two teams are right next to each other. Someone needs to win on this hillside, and they need to do it now.
Falcons, they're a little bit more confident of pushing more aggressively towards RTG.
Nice.
And DeMar, his nades today have been absolutely perfect as he connects onto J9. The door has been opened, knocked on the door and said peekaboo. ICU, and a second knock comes through as RTG are now down to just 2. I'm a poet and I didn't even know it, but Falcons, they know that they have control over RTG.
Wow.
They know they have the power over RTG, and RTG, they're trying to move out of the way, but if it's not, Falcons is going to be all right. Here's all the shots. Yusef gets knocked. Can it be traded? It needs to be, but Unknown is going to shut down Falcons in the right way.
Man, Falcon's a little overconfident because they just sent 2 to clear up the 2, right? They're like, oh, you guys can take care of it. And the other 2 were too preoccupied moving their vehicles, getting ready for the rotate, that they weren't expecting to lose the 2 on the other side. So, man, to go from 4 to 2 with a matter of seconds is debilitating for Falcons.
It is indeed an RTG down to solo. Unfortunately, like you said, all right, hearing those shots, the opportunity to third party was just too obvious. And they get this squad wipe onto the RTG side. But R8, can the revive come through? I think OOREDOO Thunders got the knock into R8, if I'm not mistaken. The second knock has come through due to the play zone of phase 5. It's so much more difficult to contend with, and Bandar, he knows he has to do everything in his power to pick up as many elimination points for his side as he sends the 2 remaining players, the Falcons, packing.
You're going to be a little bit on the downside of NASR, right? So pick your poison. Are you going to fight R8 or are you going to fight NASR? They're going to have a little bit of a downhill slope from NASR, so they can't just look straight down at them, especially with a team like R8 in the distance, preventing them from looking all the way down here. But R8, perfect from them, right? Instead of just going straight for the circle, they went on behind Falcons and Road to Glory and picked up so many eliminations in the meantime.
4K have an absolutely fantastic game on the south side of the circle. By the way, I'm keeping a look on the elimination feed, and they've been able to absolutely brutalize POWR Esports, who've been squad idea of R8 though, punishing GEEKAY coming into the western edge of the circle. They wiped out OOREDOO Thunders a matter of seconds ago with the help of the only one fall down to the ground. We're left with 8 teams.
GEEKAY has I mean, their smoke is running out, right? Time is not on their side. 2 left alive, and quickly, I mean, their only hope is to get into this buggy and just drive on off as fast as they can. Circle right in the middle of this open field of hills as well. Not anybody within this next circle.
The North Los Leones Hills are the name of the game inside Phase 6. YALLA third-partied, by the way, to get elimination onto one of the R8 players that has helped to keep GEEKAY up as a two-person team. There's still no real security from GEEKAY as they still have to push into the western edge of the circle. Triple Esports is a 2-2 split. Maybe not the right call. Clever is looking to get the revive. 4K are trying to push in. You have CONQUEROR as well into the mix along with YALLA on the southeastern edge of the circle.
Now that both sides of the city, we saw all those teams in the city now funneled onto the same side of these warehouses here. Anaconda, though, getting so much damage from a Conquer, though. One out in the open, and Kala looking to clean on up on the 4K.
Great teamwork for 4K, however, suffering a knock was not the right call. Still 3 players up for the side. A couple of shots will leave Anaconda left with just 20 health or so. Calaga pushing out a bandage, covering the side as Warehouse extremely well. He's going to jump on now, gets a surprise knock, and shuts down 4K once more. And in comes more of the 4K players. Darby on his own. He's going to push in, and with the help of YALLA, CONQUEROR go down.
I do appreciate Kala's initiative to go after him, and they timed it right when he was bandaging up a Triple Esports. I mean, they need to claw their way into, and having, one is going to be isolated right on next to 4K and NASR, all 3 of them right into the middle. This is going to be such a hard fight on this eastern edge.
NASR still up as a full squad, I think. No, 3-person team, my apologies. They're getting the better Triple Esport. Push and knock down, just 1 left alive. There's a little bit of a third party from either Falcons or YALLA. It's a 6-way dance inside this Phase 6 of the circle as we're getting towards Phase 7. GEEKAY, the final 2 players, are on their own on that southwestern edge of the circle.
Dance with the devil, and YALLA's being the one overwatching. Whoever wins this fight down in the crates here, YALLA and Falcons is going to be waiting for them to come on out. It's going to be easy pickings for them because they're going to be debilitated. They're going to be low in health, low in armor too, and it's just going to be easy eliminations for them in the end. So they just need to be patient here. Everyone just hugging their edge of the circle as we see in the miniature map as we see Falcons Powerful finding the last member of GEEKAY.
All right, did go out in this game earlier on, but still picked themselves up 7 points. However, Falcons are still alive. They're into the top 5 with 4 eliminations in their back pockets. 4K still up as a duo. NASR still up as a trio. And YALLA still up as a full squad.
I would say YALLA, obviously they have 4 players up. 5 eliminations found so far, but they are in pretty prime positioning here. This hard cover, they're actually sending 2 wide into the midst of this fight to collect even more in those eliminations. 6 is not enough for them, and they want so much more.
YALLA, what did you do between day 1 and day 2? This is a massive turnaround as they wipe out 4K and control the eastern edge of the circle. Triple down to a solo. NASR, not much they can do as they have a player knocked, I believe, at the hands of Falcon Esports. This is YALLA's world, and we're all living in it.
They make the rules here, and it's gonna be NASR down to only 2, actually trying to stay alive. They have a little bit of downhill, but I mean, gives them cover from Triple Esports and YALLA, but it's gonna be Falcons on the other side, revving their engines, also having a second consecutive really great game. It's gonna be powerful, put down onto his knees by Sanji.
Nothing they can do. It's they're just picking them up one by one, up to 9 eliminations. We have 3 teams left up, and can I get a hi-ya for YALLA Esports as they look to close out their first chicken dinner of the PMPL finals. A double knock from Bomba. Saya finishes them off. Triple Esports will pick up a 2nd place, but YALLA are gonna find their first chicken dinner of the finals, and by God, do they deserve it.
Oh man, I want whatever Bomba is eating for dinner, because his grenades today have been absolutely insane. I think the really most pivotal part about that was Imperium. While they had the 3 come up close to that just mess of NASR, Triple Esports, right, and 4K, they had 1 stay on behind, staying behind Falcons. So when Falcons thought everyone was focused in the crates and they moved in, they were all open for that 1 solo of YALLA to pick them all apart.
Man, what a turnaround of performance from YALLA Esports. Yesterday they looked lost, they looked directionless, they looked uncoordinated, inconsistent. disconnected. Every single kind of turn you want to
Yes.
use for a massively underperforming team, that was YALLA yesterday, whereas today it's a completely different ball game. They had a hell of a decent amount of points in game one of today. They've picked up 28 points in this game too.
Something you said at the very, very beginning of the broadcast is with YALLA, you don't know if you're getting, this global stage first
I
place
know.
YALLA, or if you're getting, tier 2 community team YALLA. I think they used their bad juju and bad rotations and everything yesterday, and now they're coming and rising out of the ashes.
It deserves a lot of respect. It certainly does. And Triple Esports as well. Like in the first game of today, they picked themselves up 8 points, and it was definitely not the right place to be. But Clever still did a great job in around that shack on the field. In this game too was certainly a lot better. NASR picking up a decent amount of points at the Falcons, but Page too, a bit of pressure as SKYROCKETs go down early along with OOREDOO Thunders.
Major Pride and NIGMA Galaxy are usually two teams that we don't really see in the finals when they're playing their game, right? I think NIGMA Galaxy, they rotated all the way over, committed into the city, right? And they're trying to come in up on that southeastern side as the circle went up into the northern parts of Los Leones. So they just got caught in that city mayhem, right? And there just wasn't really much to do from there. So definitely a story of over rotating coming all the way from El Pozo.
Yeah, they're definitely over rotating and okay, I'm not gonna say the journey wouldn't have been difficult for them, but I gotta kind of wonder how they kind of got themselves in that situation of being around the north side of Los Leones or being kind of somewhat in the city. So yeah, they have to answer a lot of questions for themselves. They've been in this kind of situation before and they've come out of it. They're gonna have to do it again as we get into the halfway point of day 2, the finals. YALLA, they're telling a massive story. They are going from 0 to heroes from day 1 to day 2.
You know what YALLA means in Arabic?
No.
It means let's go.
Does it actually mean let's go?
Yeah, my friend from Lebanon, she taught me. She's like, "Yalla" means like let's go.
Oh,
that kind of
wow.
terminology. Yeah.
Awesome. I genuinely didn't know that. That is so cool. And yeah, they've lived up to the name as they said to themselves, let's go into day 2 and let's turn this bad boy around. We look at the upper moments from this game 2. 4K in their own right there, a pretty good result. They were controlling that south edge around Los Leones really well.
This is the part I really, really like. This is a stalemate 1v1 between Conqueror and 4K, right? And it was just kind of both of them shooting at each other from the corner. And then Conqueror was just like, I'm just going to go for it when they aren't expecting me. He just dived it over that,
Yeah.
what was that, that cylinder, and just caught him unawares and just wiped him out.
And that bumper double nade as well onto Falcon. Oh, that was so clean. That was so clean. Man, this is what I love about kind of PUBG Mobile and what is this competitive setting is that you don't really know what you're going to get from one game to another, from one day to another. And I'll never fully count out a team. And you alluded to it as well, right? That when YALLA and other teams that were coming into today's games down towards the bottom, when they do hit hard, they hit really hard. And kind of YALLA are proving that right now. I do want to see more teams follow in their journey, right? Whether it's Twisted Minds, whether it's Conquer Rack, because I think there's certainly more for those teams to achieve in the finals.
Although they can hit really hard when they get chicken dinners, we seen them go out in 0-point games. I like NIGMA Galaxy, what was 0 points. So I guess if for me, I'd rather be a team that's way more consistent, right? That you kind of can predict how you're gonna do going into game, rather than we're going to game like, I don't know, are we gonna win this one, or are we gonna go out with a fat 0?
Exactly, and it seems like YALLA have picked up their Monster Energy, the official energy drink partner of PUBG Mobile Esports, as they are just beasting their way through these first 2 games. It's something that, look, it's been 2 games in a row. That consistency is starting to show. Can they do the same in game number 3? It's a map that they've had both success and kind of failures in playing from boot camp. I hope it does go their way, because to see this continued rise of YALLA is it's something that massively puts a smile on my face because I've seen this team go through journey after journey over the last couple of years, and you know, I remember going all the way back to 2020 in the MENA region when they just stole our hearts and won I think it was the full split finals for the MENA region. And what was amazing for me is that, like, right after they won, one of their players was in game on voice chat with myself and a couple of others, playing a couple of casuals, just like so humble. It was just so
Yeah.
good to see. Yeah, really, really good to see for YALLA Esports. But also what you can see in game is a virtual tour or the virtual concert of Blackpink special virtual concert, and the first for PUBG Mobile in the world. Register in game and you can watch a concert online from July the 22nd to the 24th and July the 29th to the 31st. It's so cool to see this coming into PUBG Mobile. We've seen it in other titles. Virtual Blackpink World Tour.
This is the second collaboration that PUBG Mobile has done with Blackpink. I want to say
Yep.
it was a couple years ago. It was their first one. Are you a Blink Imperium?
Never listened to Blackpink, so yeah, I'm too old for it, to be fair.
He's too boomer to
Yeah.
know any Blackpink songs or any references.
Like,
Blink
what
is
did you
the
what
fandom.
is it?
That is
Is
the
it
fandom.
Blink? Is it Blink?
It's Blink.
Blink.
Blackpink. The fans are called Blink.
Are
The
you a
cult
Blink?
following. I do listen to my fair share.
So are you gonna tune into the virtual tour?
Yeah, of course. Aren't you?
No.
No.
Okay, maybe I
Well,
will. I suppose I
us
should.
cool kids can go and hang out in the virtual tour, and then Imperium can be a boomer, go to bed early, and then miss
You know,
out.
I'll just show up with my cap backwards and be like, "How do you do, fellow kids?" You know, like, like.
Oh my god. The fact you called us kids was like, it's definitely
Well, that's
showed
more of
right
a
there.
reference to there's a clip from either TV show or a movie with the actor Steve Buscemi where he shows up in a school with a holding onto his skateboard and his cap backwards, and he says, "How do you do, fellow kids?" It's a meme. I'm not that old that I do understand what memes and gifs
Oh,
are.
memes,
You know,
yes.
feel free to look it up. But anyway, we're kind of digressing, right? We're kind of digressing. We need to get back into what is in front of us, and it is day 2 of the PMPL Arabia Finals. What other teams? It's hard to talk about anybody else other than YALLA at the moment. But other teams across the first 2 games have maybe put a little bit of a sparkle in your eyes.
Definitely Falcon and Yalla, they kind of flip-flopped, right? So
Yeah,
where Yalla went out in third in the first match and then won the second one, Falcons did kind of the opposite, right? Falcons won the first
yeah.
one and they went out third, fourth in this Miramar. So both these two teams are kind of going head and head for today. So I would really like to see how, the scores have all reshapen themselves as two.
Well, they were both extremely in different situations coming into today's
Hmm.
games. Falcons clearly much stronger in terms of the top
Yeah.
5, and YALLA down in the bottom 5, right? But definitely will like to see if they can continue that trend. How much closer YALLA can get to Falcon Esports up in the top of the standings as you get into game number 3.
That would be crazy. This is the scores have reset, right? It wasn't like in league play with the super weekends where we had 40 games under our belt. If you were a team coming into the very, very end trying to catch up, it's really, really hard. This is, hey, we had 6 games yesterday. We're currently on game number 3. So the points are way closer because the number of games have reset and you only have a handful of games that you're counting against.
It is slowly but surely whittling down. Out of the 18 games we have in the finals, we have now played 8. So only 10 games are left, and this is game number 9 of the tournament. So after this, we will officially be halfway through the PMPL Arabia Full Split Finals. Nothing really too surprising in terms of the drops for the time being, although RTG are quite heavily split in around the center of the mainland.
One of the teams I did ask, I did message a couple of the teams just asking, how's it going? Like, how are you feeling for finals? Major
Yeah.
Pride, they did say the one thing they did change. I mean, they're still going to play their usual game, aggressive, third-party fights, but they did change their drop spot in Sanhok.
Yes.
Before, we saw them fighting against Falcons forever and ever and ever in Kampong. Remember, it'd be the 15-minute mark, and they're out, both teams out in the blue zone, having a 1 versus 1
Yeah.
and tanking the blue zone damage. So now they've changed their spots over here in this intersection. It's a really powerful spot, by the way, because now they control the entry into the 3 islands. So it is teams like SKYROCKET, GEEKAY, Twisted Minds, and YALLA who really need to keep in the back of their mind, hey, all of a sudden, we have a new team coming right next to us.
Yeah, and I think it was the best decision Major Pride could have made. It would have been really senseless for them to continue to hot drop with Falcons in Kampong, and their decision to switch up their drop spot to Trifecta, I think, has had a little bit of a negative effect against GEEKAY. I'm not saying GEEKAY can't and shouldn't be able to get around it, because they can and they should, but I definitely think in yesterday's games, maybe it was a bit of a surprise for GEEKAY, where they didn't expect the team to be around Trifecta, and it did kind of bite them a little bit.
On the flip side, Falcon, they used to have all 4 land in Kampong, right? Probably not very well set up because they're all 4 of them trying to just loot one city. Now we see, I mean, there's one powerful landing all the way over into the quarry area, and we see him actually pretty close to one of the members of NASR. So Falcons is being really comfortable, spreading out so far on that southeastern side, but it puts you in danger of being caught off one by one.
No, I don't think Batika has seen him. He hasn't seen him at all. He has no idea.
No. No. Like based on his movements, he has no idea this is happening at all.
Oh my god, feels bad, man.
Feels bad.
I definitely do have a lot of sympathy for Falcons. Sorry, for NASR, should I say?
Yeah.
Yeah. What can you do in that situation?
Well, there's no. Oh, you should have checked your corners. Or I guess you could just assume, but why would you ever assume that right off the bat? And on the flip side, too, SKYROCKET finding Yen by himself from Major Pride. So this is why Sanhok, when we get to the ends of the circles, you tend to see not full teams anymore, because Sanhok's so action-packed. Like this, anyone could be hiding anywhere, picking off people in the early game, and puts you down to 1, 2, or even 3 players.
True, but also I would argue there's a massive risk around playing split drop in Sanhok and split loot in Sanhok, right? You're putting a lot of control out of your side, in my opinion, when you decide to split loot, right? That's why I highlighted RTG initially dropping separately against each other. We do see YALLA, though, moving a little bit further, more towards the North Bootcamp Hill, trying to catch up Major Pride as they play on the coastal line.
Bompar, infamous Nader, who just able to just really target these players he can't even see. We saw that in the first 2 matches, though, caught on the back of the scooter, no helmet to provide himself a little bit of protection. So Major Pride, good that they rotated quickly, but this is a really tough way to rotate, because you got these rocks, YALLA just cutting them all off, and they're being forced to be sent into the water.
Sanji needs to be careful. He's on his own for the time being. His teammates need to provide that level of support. That's a great nade in the direction of Nomi. That's going to connect beautifully to get a knock onto Major Pride and whittle them down to just 2 and 1 inside the water. Frozen can do nothing. I believe it's Milky Way that's going to try and get the revive onto Nomi. Like I said, Major Pride will most likely be put down to 2 players.
And you find the fish in the water. Can you see where he's at? I mean, he was able to do a little half damage onto him. Nomi, though, I mean, this is bad luck. This is the second game in a row he's been knocked out early. And now his team is in a terrible position of having to revive multiple members, with YALLA still all 4 up. Haven't confirmed an elimination quite yet, and they really are hungry for these points.
I was expecting more of a team aggressive push from YALLA. In the moment, I would arguably say they've been a little bit slow to respond off the back of this Major Pride position. I know Major Pride are kind of locked down, but again, you're further into phase 1 circle. This is 6 minutes in. If it's not Major Pride, there could be another team potentially third-partying at this stage of the circle.
I remember the teams on the other side. It's going to be GEEKAY. It's going to be SKYROCKET, kind of lingering in the distance. We haven't seen them shown up quite yet. But YALLA, they want to clean this one up, right? They know these are just easy picks. He's just like randomly shooting into the car, trying to find him. Finds him in the passenger seat because he had to come up for air at some point. But, I mean, when you're right in the face like that, there's no hiding.
No, me.
Oh, man.
Little bit of health left. I was thinking, will he try and get the knock on the save? But no, he isn't. He's going to try and keep himself alive as he just ducks and dips and dives into the corner of that cliffside. And yeah, they need to be careful. Don't get too tunnel vision around this area because, again, that third-party potential is there.
About tunnel vision, they're just, turning their backs. I mean, Nomi, he has no way of aggressing on this fight at all because he has to wade into the water, come into the beach side. So all he can do here is just hold his breath, not literally hold his breath, but just, don't make a sound. Yalla, just, go away from them as we come now on the northern side. This time, NASR and Twisted Minds. Only NASR, Batka that we saw at Major Pride, right? Just kind of camped them a little bit, right, in that first warehouse. Put down to only 3.
Okay, we can turn our attentions to where other teams are within this map. Twisted Minds have a solid spread to the southeast of Bootcamp. NASR are close by, but NASR lost a player early on at the hands of Falcons. OOREDOO Thunders starting to pick a fight against POWR Esports on that northern side of the map. A little bit weird to see POWR down to 1 player. Considering they drop here, they should know where OOREDOO Thunders drop. They should know where R8 are. It definitely seems like that they should have been able to have read that a little bit more accessibly, and not lost as many players as they have.
They have this big drop over Cal, Tapmock, right? All 4 of them going to a separate compound. I think they got a little bit too comfortable. For OOREDOO Thunders to drive all the way from Hating across the bridge, no one from POWR watching the bridge, by the way, and allowing OOREDOO Thunders to crash up onto some of their players, it was careless, right? It was just, we assumed nobody was coming here, and now they're paying for it.
It unfortunately has been a trend from POWR Esports where they just play. It feels like they play as solos more than a cohesive team at times. And don't get me wrong, they're an exciting team and they definitely performed well in a lot of games across the league stage. But at the moment, it really isn't flowing for them. Phase 2 has flowed down in the southeasterly direction, primarily focused on the mainland.
Yalla's coming just off that hill, away from the fight with Major Pride, coming in just in the central area. Road to Glory. Remember, this is a map that they know really, really well. They've had a lot of successes here. They've really just put all their bets into this one compound that's going to be right in the center. Maybe it'll allow them a lot of time if the circle keeps coming their way, but eventually if they have to move, it's going to be hard because it's all open, all hillsides, probably a lot of teams all stacked up around them.
Yeah, replay of what happened with POWR Esports onto OOREDOO Thunders, and they did allow OOREDOO Thunders incredibly effectively to get across that bridge. You're dead right about that, Monica, and the replay proves that. Yalla gonna look to try and create a replay of their own against either R8 or OOREDOO Thunder. Smoker, what do you do, man? Oh, okay, that's one way of getting information.
He's like, I'm gonna drive right into the faces of everyone. See, try to remember where all these shots came out. And clearly this is not the safe way to rotate. Yalla coming in from boot camp, R8 coming in from Paradise Resort. So, I mean, good that he was able to still come out of this alive, but definitely, just coming in very fashionably late.
GEEKAY looking pretty good inside this phase 2, especially considering what happened to Major Pride as well. It's created so much more space on that south side of Bootcamp, right, coming through the trifecta and the Painan region of the map, especially with Twisted Minds moving a little bit more forward away from that compound that they generally tend to loot. NIGMA Galaxy's still inside the blue, by the way.
Road to Glory. All four stacked up in a different corner. So you know they have their, invisible eye kind of peeking around the windows here, trying to get the information and see if there's any team. But clearly they heard the shots above, right? When YALLA was taking the shots under OOREDOO Thunder. They know they have teams on the northern side. You can just assume that everyone is all around them. Actually, R8 to get the first knock onto YALLA as he pays it right back onto Skyton.
The trade comes through, so important. Sanji is forced to pull out a first aid, so time has been wasted. A nade towards the members of YALLA will put them under a bit of pressure. Lovely Molly into the building will see Prestige most likely go down, burnt to crisp, but he is possibly going to stay alive with the magnitudely small level of health in his back pocket. Incredibly lucky with that one. And now the rest of R8 going to swing around this side of the building, look for YALLA. What is an important close quarter combat fight. A potential third party from Road to Glory is in the mix, but Prestige is going to lose his life. Scythe will secure that elimination.
You love to see it. Can't be so tunnel vision to think you're the only team in the area. Now it's going to leave. I mean, R8 from 4 down to only 2. They bit off way more than they could chew. And they don't want any part of YALLA because YALLA, they're running strong, right? They start with third place and then a first place. They are living so high right now.
And the circle goes in their direction once again so they can breathe. Happy that they are somewhat near the center of the circle. It does come with a decent bit of risk, though, as they could have teams swinging around from the south edge of boot camp, from the west edge of boot camp, from a lot of areas. So it's going to be quite difficult for them to lock down one area at a time, most notably to the south side, and see what they can do with it.
YALLA continue to have to rotate on the northern side. Twisted Minds, though, remember coming up from Nan. They've just been right in the footsteps of YALLA this entire time. And GEEKAY actually coming in from Ruins area. So a lot of these two teams, so we keep seeing these fights happening in boot camp because everyone keeps coming through the same area at the exact same time. And you cannot forget about Nomi, the last player of Major Pride.
I don't get why GEEKAY's... Okay, nah. Maybe I get why GEEKAY went to the warehouses, but I think it's a little bit of a death wish.
Yeah. Death wish.
Like even without this solo, disengaging away from warehouses in phase 4, phase 5 is so difficult, right? So yeah, it's worked out within reason for GEEKAY, but I don't know how long it's gonna last them.
Maybe they were hoping YALLA was still in boot camp, and they could just kind of prevent them from coming all the way across. Their timing wasn't quite right, though. So now they're left as a 3, stuck in the warehouses. SKYROCKET's on the opposite side. Actually, Easy coming up on this side. So he swam across first. He's going to watch and, shoot at anyone who tries to shoot at the rest of his team. But, I mean, this is GEEKAY stuck in the warehouses because YALLA is not going to let them any easy access into the circle.
I wonder what SKYROCKET's plan is. Are they going to send the rest of the team or the majority of the team over to Easy's position with them? Or are they going to stay inside that northwest island and hope that the next phase does go over to the west? NIGMA Galaxy, they go for a Hail Mary play with 2 or 3 of their players coming into the circle from the blue, but they still have 1 player healing up at the moment. That is Freak outside of Painan.
Twisted Minds has completely rotated around boot camp warehouses, now coming up onto the sides of YALLA. Uh-oh, they're all falling down like dominoes as Twisted Minds, right, he's got the Groza though, but they only 3 players up trying to take this mountain away from YALLA.
Yeah, I said it was going to be difficult for YALLA because they could have players pushing in from multiple directions and RTG down in the compound below, not really punishing Twisted Minds in the right way, and Twisted Minds have been able to get more aggressively towards YALLA. I said coming into this game that I wanted more teams to join YALLA in their journey, crawling from the top, and I mentioned Twisted Minds. This does put a smile on my face to see Twisted Minds look a little bit stronger inside this game.
Because Twisted Minds was right at the bottom. They were, holding hands with YALLA right above them in the stands. They're like, oh, YALLA just shot up. Now we need to come up and we need to go strong and we need to, not be in last place in PMPL Arabia. Oh my God, Imperium, look at the circle. Now going right onto OOREDOO Thunders and away from the mass majority of teams in the lobby.
The small island that's
Please.
outside of the mainland is still in play. That could be an accessible position for SKYROCKET.
Yeah.
But I think what SKYROCKETs are going to do, they're going to play the bridge throw location across to the mainland, and if they can get there first, that could be very successful for them. But unfortunately, they are a little bit further away. Salem is the closest to that location.
Yeah, if they want to rotate there, they need to go now, though, right? I mean, we already see GEEKAY starting to rev their engines go there. You need to go before everyone else is going to be clustered up on this coastal line. But I do like Easy's initiative. He put himself in a way to find GEEKAY and allow them to rotate all the way across. Didn't announce his presence, and now he's just getting fished out of the water.
And because GEEKAY had stayed disciplined, he didn't take any shots from this coastal line position. GEEKAY had no idea that he was there, right?
Yeah,
and that's a great, that's great intuition by SKYROCKETs and Easy as a whole, right? To kind of stay locked down, to not make any noise, so that opportunistic moment came for him and the rest of his team. But they still have to make it into the edge of the circle.
Rip into the truck, maybe heading over to the bridge like you said, but I think they're going to be cluster up because they know they have some easy pickings of GEEKAY. They're just kind of sitting in the water somewhere. He's going to sink down his vehicle and try to see where they're at. Gate, he's going to be sitting in the back of the buggy, just going for the heal strat. Okay, the heal strat is actually starting real early. We're at the 17-minute mark. Let's see how long he can survive.
YALLA up to 5 eliminations. They're down to 2 players, but 5 eliminations is a great base amount to have in this game so far. RTG moving out of their compound that they've had since phase 1, going to take the fight against Twisted Minds. You're looking on your screens of the only one around the Paradise Resort area, eastern edge of the map. You have Triple rocking around, but Triple have no idea. They are not prepared for this. Clever has to turn and switch around on a sliver of health. Ziad turns and finds a knock. Not quite. Yeah, there you go. But where's the rest of the only one? Why have they allowed their teammate to go down? There you go, N7R. The second, the third comes through, and Triple Esports down to a solo.
The right flank is to provide some support, but it's not going to matter because the Falcons coming in on the back end side as Triple Esports. They're going to be the next team out of the lobby. The only one they need to start preparing, though, because they only have 2, and the Falcons still coming in out of the blue zone doing heavy damage, but the circle back on the mainland.
Oh, wow. SKYROCKETs went down to the hands of GEEKAY. So it seems like SKYROCKETs did not do what I expected, which is play the bridge position. They tried to swim across the water, but they showed their cards too early with that movement, right? They showed their hands, and GEEKAY made them pay the price.
Paying the price. It's going to be Falcons this time, though, Danar. I mean, the heal strat, once you get to this point, you see he has 15 first aids, and he's doing the damage onto the only one. But a lot of the teams right here, nothing left to do except trying to met it off, right? If he's in that 13th position, he's going to be a little bit spotted out. Uh-oh, there goes their hero strat bank, and it's going to be used to trying to go back for those first aids.
I don't know if he can. Okay, he's picked up a couple. He can actually get to his teammate to pick up his first aid to try and make that heal strat work. This is not ideal, but at the end of the day, it's the way to play Sanhok sometimes. We're 12 teams left, 25 players alive. That is it, Monica. We are down to 25 players. Make that 24.
That's an average of 2 players per team. So you can see Sanhok's so aggressive and dwindling the numbers. At the end, there's really not that many players to be fighting against. A lot of solos, a lot of duels. Sanji, though, trying to get the slip onto NIGMA Galaxy and put an end to him. YALLA are a team that was flying high, out in 12th position.
Still a good result because they picked up 5 eliminations. That's one thing that I do want to say. So 6 points in total garnered from this game 3. I still call that a bit of a success, especially for Sanhok. The circle shifts up north. Absolutely fantastic for CONQUEROR. Pretty good for the last player, Powerful, who is inside that compound on the south edge of the circle.
CONQUEROR, they've gotten the great spot, right? But I haven't really seen them in the elimination feed, so they haven't really put themselves up in a way to take the engagements like OOREDOO Thunder, like, you know, some of these other, like R8, right? So they're probably sitting at very low. Even if they are able to do well, it's not going to be a whole lot of points outside the plays though. Freak, is that their meta that just went out of the lobby?
I
They usually have Freak doing
actually,
it.
possibly, yeah. that could be the case. Now Lord is still alive, but yeah, I think Freak was the heel strat
Designated.
player
Yeah.
for a side, but he goes down, and that's going to be the end of NIGMA Galaxy. 9 teams are left inside this game. It seems like the heel strat came out a little bit too early for NIGMA Galaxy. Ardu Thunders went for the push down the hill into the compound. 2 players are knocked, but 4K are going to look to join them inside the buildings with the shots from CONQUEROR on one side is going to put pressure on both teams as RTG go down. We are 7 teams left. The Master is going to get puppeted down by Rio of CONQUEROR. That's the end of the only one.
That was such a mistake, especially in these small circles. You have to be so careful of going outside because anyone could be watching you. 4K Master, though, it's going to be a Untitled Thunders, though, to steal the elimination. All right, actually get the last elimination onto 4K, taking them out this time in 6th position. 5 teams left alive. Nobody has it right now, but definitely CONQUEROR in the better position.
2 teams are heel stratting out of the remaining 5. That is GEEKAY and FALCONS. Youssef picked up his teammates'
POWR
meds and became that heel strat player. Guys is on a limited amount of first aids left, down to 2, so he's not going to last much longer.
POWR also all the way out there. They're just, I mean, what they're hoping is one of the solos will perish before them, right? And then these teams that are fighting in the middle will take each other out. It's like CONQUEROR, though, just seeing one does go wide, at least trying to blow up the vehicle and just do a little bit of damage onto Hassan, it's going to be not quite close enough.
It's an incredibly difficult finish for both of these teams. Calica is really kind of the playmaker for his side. He's the only one that's inside the circle. But again, this is very flat terrain, and even coming in from Ardu Thunder's position is kind of high ground into low ground into flat terrain. And Calica is that playmaker. Gets a knock, is going to look to suppress the members of Ardu Thunders in the right way as FALCONS go down. So is GEEKAY left alive for the time being as Ardu Thunders finish off the players of CONQUEROR a little bit more. Riva is knocked on his knees. Rio's finished off, but Ardu Thunders there, broken, beat, outscarred. Unlikely to get more than 2 players left up in this game. Can Gaith steal his 2nd place for his team? It seems like he's out of first aids. He goes down. Guaranteed top 2 for Ardu Thunders. Can they steal it away? Not quite going to be the case. CONQUEROR have this chicken dinner wrapped up, and indeed they do.
The med strats coming from, what was it, 4 different teams into the end, which it does become a very viable option, right? Not to take anything away from the teams that did win it, or that did well, right? Like CONQUEROR, Untitled Thunders. However, they each only had about 6 eliminations. Remember what I said, CONQUEROR, a great position that they've had, but I haven't seen them all. I kind of forgot about them, right, in the match because they stayed so quiet. So only getting 6 eliminations, very typical of Sanhok, but not a huge point.
No, not. And you made a good point of them not really being in the elimination feed for the majority of the game. So arguably CONQUEROR kind of needed the chicken dinner to pick up on that. Ardu Thunders, though, they were definitely more in the elimination feed in the start of the game, right? Knocking POWR Esports away from that compound that they had locked down for the majority of the game. And in the end, they finished 2nd place. So very Sanhok numbers for the standings of this game 3.
GEEKAY actually had majority of their eliminations gifted to them. Remember, it was Major Pride, Nomi, a solo right next to him. It was just easy pickings for them, right? And then the 2 they lost to trying to swim across to that little island, and then SKYROCKET, for whatever reason, started they all fell to GEEKAY somehow, which was very, very confusing. But I want to point out, NIGMA Galaxy, usually we see them in 2nd or 3rd, right? Like that their main strat is to start as Freak, start collecting all the first aids you can, and every single game we're going to med strat. And this one, somehow he got knocked way too early, so their med stratter was gone and they went out in 10th.
I don't know what happened there, but it really didn't work out in the right ways. We look at page 2, the only one picking up 5 points. All right, not having really the best of games so far, picking up only 3. And on the opposite end of that, Team FALCONS, Monica, 30 points in game 1. In game 2, they picked up 12 points. And in this game 3, they picked themselves up another 12 points. That's 3 back-to-back strong gains for Falcon.
I think they're ready to take over, right? They're ready to soar as high as they
Yeah.
can, and I mean, I don't know. It's just if you were to ask me at the very beginning of this tournament who you think would be first right now in finals, it definitely would have been Falcons, right? Because this is the team that didn't even qualify for the first Super Weekend.
Like I said, Falcons have proven themselves to be a team to perform when it really is needed. The finals of the spring split, they showed up when they weren't really there in the league stage. In the regional finals, they showed up as well, nearly winning that. And I'm really not surprised that Team Falcons are where they are in the finals. They built such a strong base foundation of consistency in day one that although it wasn't a chicken dinner day, it was still consistency, right? And they built on that today, picking up their first win, picking up another good result, picking up another good result. It's pretty hard to stop them at the moment.
Once you get that momentum rolling, it's really hard to stop it. YALLA, though, maybe a little hiccup, right? Going out in 12th position this time around. So I'm hoping that they can recover from it and still be that really strong global team that we know.
Exactly. Let's go to a bit of a quick break, and then we will be back on your screens for Game 4 of the day. Welcome back to day 2 of the PMPL Arabia Finals Fall Split. We are officially halfway through the finals, so we can certainly start to get a bit of a wider perspective on obviously what has happened so far, but also what might happen in the second half of these games, Monica.
The points are starting to get a little bit more further apart, right? Like before the first half, one team gets a chicken dinner, they skyrocket up in the standings. However, now they have a little less, right? A big win isn't going to change your placement as much, so you need to play ever more consistent if you want to climb higher in the leaderboards.
Exactly. Before we get into it, though, we have to give a lot of respect to the Iraqi people. The first time we collaborate with the Iraq football team, you can get in-game items from the event launch on the 22nd of July. As well as that, don't forget to follow the community tournament of the Iraq football team on the 19th of July to the 25th of July. As well as that, follow all the PUBG Mobile MENA socials, whether it's Facebook, Instagram, or YouTube. Let's have a look at the overall standings, Monica. Team Falcons, they're soaring high in the top spot. But now, to be fair, they're only, 6 points ahead of R8.
Yeah, quick maths, 6. Oh, so before they were 8 points below R8, right, after the first game, and now they're 6 points above them. So just playing that consistent game, R8 just not even, look, even with 3 chicken dinners and they're below Falcons, who's only had 1, it's how much more consistent, how much more fragging power that Falcons has.
Getting into the 4th game of the day, backing over to Erangel for the second and final time of day 2 in the PMPL Arabia Finals. You will see the overall standings, by the way, sweep up through your screen. So even though we've only shown you the first half of the overall standings, you will be able to certainly find out who is down towards the bottom of the standings. I can tell you that YALLA have boosted themselves up to 9th place in the standings, Monica.
15th to 9th place. Okay, so that is within that top 10 for the regional finals that they're all trying to get to. So they're in it. They're in the money now. They're in the game now. They just need to keep playing more consistent because if they want a little bit more prize pool, they got to go jump up to the 4th place position.
50 points they've scored in 3 games. They started on 11. They're now up to 61. That's a massive bounce up in the right direction for them. Can they do the same inside Erangel for this 4th game of the day? They're going to have an easy drop to Severity. That playing path, to be fair, not too bad for these teams. A little bit more up towards the north side, but arguably diagonally does give a lot of scope for all these teams to get where they want to.
Southern Circle to start things off. We hope that YALLA can, come back from the little blunder from the last game, but definitely when they jump in a far northern place like Severny, having a more southern circle like this, that's just more teams that have to rotate through, and it's going to be a pretty difficult one for them. I'm looking at all those teams on that eastern side because Road to Glory, Falcons, anything, they have to know there's a lot of teams right in front of them. You may see some of those wide rotates down first south and then coming in through that farm area.
Definitely a tricky phase 1. The threat of a military island finish is there. Now, OOREDOO Thunders haven't quite gotten to the military island position yet. They are on that kind of lighthouse split area, taking it away from CONQUEROR, but CONQUEROR playing their own game, which is certainly not a bad thing.
I believe we saw the first blood where the only one landing in a compound with, I want to say it was NASR. So maybe NASR getting a little bit too comfortable thinking that this entire general school apartments area is completely for free and being caught out in the open, being too aggressive with their drop.
It's but then again, I don't know how much of that was a NASR mistake or just one of those things that can happen. Now, Triple Esports rotating in and around the only one. How much time have they had to pick up guns? They've had a little bit of time, and a 4x Mini 14 from Alush will be able to at least connect a bit towards Triple Esports, but not enough to get a knock.
So Alush got away with this, right? But to stop in the middle of the open and take shots, any of those players that he was shooting against Triple Esports could have just stopped and seen him in the open and just two of them, you know, lasering on at him. So I mean, Lush got away with it, but that could have been a really bad, you know, flip onto the only one.
$4K lose a player as well to Falcon at the start of this game, so certainly a couple of scraggler casualties as they try to extend further into the eastern side of the map on what was a little bit more of a northern playing path. Like I mentioned, NIGMA Galaxy have an average elimination of 1, Monica. 1 elimination per game average right now.
That's such a flip side.
I'm sorry, but that is frankly terrible. Like genuinely terrible. That's
barely surviving and flushing a knock that you saw, you know, another team have. That's you would expect a team like NIGMA Galaxy to be averaging 10 eliminations, right, per Erangel match, because they should be that really strong team and we know they can play that well. But let's take a quick look replay on, wow, that was a very how do you say, very embarrassing elimination, I guess. He was just laying pro and he was hoping Falcons didn't see him, spot him out of the corner of his eye and just ran him over.
Yep. Pretty much. Hate to see it happen. Yep. All right. Have once again gone towards Quarry and POWR split drop, and it's interesting because North George Paul would have been extremely accessible for them. I would argue that they've, for at least these finals, they've permanently changed their drop spot to Quarry POWR split drop.
They kind of took it up, right? Yeah, I think I can't even remember right now, Imperium.
Well, like, at least in in the first game today, okay, it wasn't Eastern Playing Path, but it technically made sense to go towards Quarry Ferry Pier, at least in my eyes, right? But this game, the playing path extremely suited them dropping in North George, right? But they didn't go for it. They went for it. So I'm forced to kind of presume that they've, for the finals, permanently changed their Erangel drop spot to Quarry POWR split.
Very interesting things. You think these teams, like in finals, they have it all solidified. That, you know, it's gonna be, you know, it might seem a little boring that they go to the same place every time. But if it's not broken, you know, you don't fix it. You know, sort of thing. But to change things up in the finals, maybe it's tilting your own team a little bit off what you're comfortable. You're kind of, you know, you might have that kind of slight hesitation going into the rest of the game because you're coming in from a new side into the circle. But it's also going to be a definitely changing variable for the rest of the teams in the lobby. It's like, well, I thought, you know, RA would come from this side, but they actually came from this city and said, what are they doing here? And not being aware to look in that direction.
OOREDOO Thunders did make it over to Military Island eventually, so CONQUEROR have more of the ferry pier edge of Western Bridge for themselves. They've yet to really create that spread for the time being inside Phase 1. Esports are going quite deep around past Bits of Mines. They're getting close to the only one. It's going to be quite difficult.
It's good making the rotations onto a certain side when the other teams don't have the same idea as you, right? Like the only one, this could have been a really good rotation from them, but now it's seeing Triple Esports rotating on by them. They originally would have had this thought pretty clear. Now they have to be aware, hey, there's going to be a full team in front of us somewhere on the horizon. That's going to make them a little more hesitant as they rotate into the next circle. POWR still all 4 up, hopefully for a long time, because we've seen some matches today where they lose too many players too early and are left as a solo player trying to 1v, you know, 60 the lobby, everyone else in the lobby.
Generally a successful rotation though from Triple Esports. I think they're heading towards a compound that's on the north side of the ferry pier hill. ahead of CONQUEROR, so it's been quite successful as we're 8 minutes into this game. The Blues on a phase 1 closing in quicker and quicker, and NASR already losing a player early on, playing on the underside fields of GEEKAY and around the top 6 area if they want to try and lock down the hillside. It's a great area to have inside this phase 1. A little bit of insecurity still though, and where phase 2 is going to shift for all of these teams.
We have them all kind of in the center here. This is actually a little bit more spread out than we saw in that first Erangel game, where it was kind of centered right on that Pachinki Potato Hill. Everyone was clustered as close as can be in the center, and it had only 4 teams kind of out in the edges. Here we have, okay, Miriam, it's still ever so slightly in the military base island part. It is very plausible. I think OOREDOO Thunders, if it does come their way, they're going to be laughing, right? Because everyone's going to be setting across the bridges. However, when we look at this, it's majority main island, right? And I think that's what majority teams are banking on.
Okay, Triple did not choose to commit to the compound. They actually have contested CONQUEROR for the Fairy Pier Hillside, and although initially I looked at it and went, oh no, Triple have lost a player, to be fair, they've been able to get 2 knocks in return and a confirmation at least. So CONQUEROR down to just 2 players. A lovely nade will connect onto YWZ3 to make it an even 2v2 engagement. Another nade trying to confirm that elimination, not going to do the job, but the blood is trickling away from the body of YWZ3 as he crawls closer to his teammates. A potential revive is in the making.
Ali, pan in hand, out of utility. So the last thing you got is to throw your pan and conquer. This is their backyard. This is right where they land too. So they're trying to get rid of this intruder. That is Triple Esports. Ali with the grenade though does cancel it though, as Conquer a little bit of the higher upper ground and continuously throwing those nades in the direction of Triple Esports.
And I think Triple Esports are more at a threat of being third-partied from the eastern side. If like the only one or Twisted Minds or even OOREDOO Thunders wants to move closer towards that direction based on the shots they might hear. But for the time being, it is an isolated team fight. It is going to be 4v3 as far as I know, as Triple Esports have been able to get themselves back up to a full squad.
Not great for Conquer, right? This is a team that's playing a little bit, I don't know, just not quite how we know that they can play. As we see that quick recap of that first knock. And as they continue to throw the grenades back and forth, getting the second one, just the casualties on either side.
Oh, wow.
Before they got the reset and did kind of part ways. But Conquer, even the last game that they did win, it was kind of gifted to them, right? It was just because everyone else was in the circle, they got it, and they only got 6 eliminations.
Certainly, definitely, there is an element of kind of gifting their way in the previous match for sure. I do respect the fact that both teams opted to disengage away from that engagement. We're into the 11.5 minute mark of the game. Like I said, the third party potential was always going to be there, and it seems like they went, okay, look, none of us could take control. Let's just leave each other alone and be focused on what else is going on around us.
This is interesting seeing GEEKAY on this side, because remember in the first game, GEEKAY couldn't make it all the way over here. They were held back by Major Pride. So we saw who was at YALLA, we saw POWR, we saw all these teams up here. If GEEKAY hadn't been able to make it there in the first game, we probably would have seen a completely different resolution to the first game.
GEEKAY loses 2 players now. They're just left with the duo Gates and Hope. Not much hope in their ability to disengage fully away from either POWR Esports or NIGMA Galaxy. YALLA are playing a little bit more on that north-western edge of the circle, as we do see heavy shift up north. A lot of similarities now between the circle in this Erangel game and the first Erangel game of the day.
NIGMA Galaxy needs to hold this hillside. It's right dab in the center. It has the vantage points to look onto either side of this circle. GEEKAY, this is the 2nd consecutive game that they lost to too early, and now are playing as a duo against everyone else in the lobby. So they made their way back onto the blues. Everyone else rotating on past them as POWR trying to fight on a Conqueror who is only a 3-man strong.
Committing to the field, although it's not directly in the center of the circle inside phase 3, is still risky. NASR did it in the first Erangel game. of the day, and let's be fair, it didn't work out the best
No.
for them. They're trying to do the same again, thinking, hey, look, if at first you don't succeed, try and try again. Again, because it's on the edge of the circle, it is a little bit more holdable.
It's a little harder to keep your vehicles alive though, right? Because it's very in the open. You have to park your car, your vehicles in a way that other teams can't blow your tires, because if you're stuck in the middle of the field without a vehicle, there's no easy exit out of that general area. NASR, though, only losing Miracle so far. It's a little bit better of a situation than the first game. Let's hope that Major Pride doesn't crash up onto them once again.
Exactly, that'll be the last thing they want to happen to them. Time will tell if that's going to be the case. Teams on the northern side, 4K, Falcon Esports. Now, Falcon are on the edge of the city. 4K are a little bit deeper, but they have either side, so it's really not the worst position to be in. I don't feel too comfortable with either of these teams being in Pachinki because, yeah, I know it's a little bit like putting all your eggs in one basket, but I suppose I should trust the process for Falcon considering what they've done today.
It's a classic, just I don't know how it's going to end up right, but then just at the end, it's like, oh, cool, that did result in something pretty nice. And Falcons so far, if they didn't get a chicken dinner, they got a really nice second, third, fourth place with a lot of elimination. So let's see if they can do it once again and just really solidify their spot up in that first place. Currently only 6 points above R8. Let's see if they can make an even bigger gap.
UOREDOO Thunder's playing on the edge of the circle from the south side, considering they dropped a little bit kind of further down south. They went over to Military Island, so they're always going to be slower playing into these first 2 or 3 circles, but they've had pretty decent success so far, at least in terms of not getting themselves in trouble, still hovering close to the edge of the circle and getting the all-important information from teams that are in front of them. Major Pride with a massive split on that north edge.
This is a team we know can play really well, right? They have huge fragging power, but we just haven't seen them really do much today quite yet. Circle is going to just hug the southern edge of Pachinki and that plateau area where the only one is at. We've seen this circle end in 2 different spots before, right? Right just downhill from NIGMA Galaxy between them and Pachinki, and up on that plateau hill area where the only one is at right now.
NIGMA Galaxy do need to respect the fact that they're not going to be able to defend and control all sides of the Pachinki Hill, so they need to focus on what side they want to lock down and hope that they're able to do that. I would argue locking down the western side will be the most advisable because it has been a shift down to southeast. So ultimately, it says to me that more teams are going to be coming from that northwest side. So if you're able to defend it more cohesively, pick up an elimination here, pick up elimination there, that can fare much better for you.
All about getting as many points as you can. We still have all 16 teams left alive, only a couple casualties down to only 58 players, but NASR, they're going to start to rev their engines. Uh-oh, SKYROCKET's just below NIGMA Galaxy in a fight of the warehouses, breaks out.
It was a 2-2 split for NIGMA. They had the hill, they had the compound, but now as SKYROCKET push in, the full team are going to crash to defend the compound, but it has been a casualty against NIGMA Galaxy. It's 2-1 for NIGMA. 2 inside the compound, 1 on the hill. Lovely backstab from Lord. And nade possibly inside the corner to try and get the full squad wipe. They're going to go out the window. They know what's coming. They're going to have to force their way outside. And NIGMA Galaxy will be able to return the fire. Hamodi actually connects with the double nade.
Wow.
He connected with the double nade.
SKYROCKET barely hang on there, just one in the shack, and he tosses the grenade right into that. That was a perfect angle through the window of the barns, through the window of the shack to find the last 3 players of SKYROCKET.
I was so worried for NIGMA Galaxy. I don't hold that crash against SKYROCKET at all, to be fair. I think it was the right call to make, and it nearly worked out against him, but credit where it's due. Quick reactions for NIGMA worked out in the end. Major Pride, they're solidifying themselves on this western edge. You have YALLA and around this area along with POWR Esports.
Nice.
So it's 3-way dance for western control.
Major Pride finally making their way within the circle the first time they have seen it, and met unwelcomingly by YALLA on the top of this hillside. All 4 up still now. Takes the nade, sinks it right into Sanji, as now it's going to be a 2 versus 4. The entire hill on fire.
Bomba is knocked. I think that was actually alright on the other side, so save now the final player up for YALLA. 4 games in, can they continue to get a little bit of consistency on board? I don't see it happening considering the position the pickle that Saif is in, but credit where it's due. He's been able to actually disengage away fully from this fight between themselves, Major Pride and POWR, so it's just 2 teams that are left on this western edge of the circle.
The one thing saving YALLA from going out is that Major Pride's attention has been taken away by POWR, now forcing the send Nomi out wide to find an entry into the circle. Oh my goodness, they've come in right on next to Major Pride. That was a mistake that allowed them so very close. Now Frozen behind one rock, smokes to give him a little bit of cover, and they need to clear this out now because they are all so far away from the circle.
This circle shifted, yeeted all the way over to that eastern side, so it's a crazy shift. Great for the only one, pretty decent for Twisted Minds, not bad for Falcons in their own right.
Yep.
We are still looking at this fight between Major Pride and POWR Esports.
Quick boost, quick monster energy to bring his adrenaline up to heal a little bit. POWR, they need to ascend this hill and overtake it from Major Pride. Time's a tick in the circle is going to start closing in now in all these teams. Time is not on their side as Frozen is going to be taking damage from the blue.
Blue zone does become quite difficult to contend with on phase 5. But Frozen, at least going to get a backstab. The separation is there as I think NIGMA Galaxy get involved as well. That's POWR Esports being wiped out just like that. With a little bit of help from NIGMA Galaxy, POWR are going to be able to... Sorry, POWR are going to get taken down and Major Pride are going to be able to hold on.
They sent Nomi out wide, knew he was going to be the sole survivor, and had Frozen stay on back to be the thorn in the side of POWR. This time, Saif, I mean, he is down to a 1/4 of the way health, sucking in his tummy behind this tree, pops right quick the first aid, but over here, Nomi's turning his attention onto 4K.
He is the last player alive. He has a boogie to play with, although he's opting not to go for it. He's going to try and run or walk or crawl or crash or do everything that he can to try and pick up as many eliminations as the last surviving player of the side. It's going to be NIGMA to make sure that they are cleaned up. Down. Major Pride go. So do YALLA. We are 10 teams left.
OOREDOO thunders up from the military base island, this time RA with the high upper ground shooting down at the NIGMA Galaxy, leaving the barn warehouses now, but right into the middle of the action. All the teams, oh my god, all the teams blowing up their vehicles, taking their shots at him, and out go NIGMA Galaxy. I believe they are going to be only 1 player left alive.
Great return to form for R8, up to 12 eliminations and counting, Monica. Seems like they're going to find themselves a 4th chicken dinner in the PMPL finals. It will be their first of the day. NASR are still alive on the north side, but they have Falcons behind them. The Blues putting a little bit of pressure onto Falcons. They have 2 players knocked, but a wonderful nade by Damar once again. Connects onto 2 of the NASR players. How does he keep on doing it, Monica?
The grenades today have been absolutely insane. Falcons, they need to lick their wounds and claw their way in. NIGMA Galaxy Lord, though, clearing it out. The last player left alive, 4K now out in 7th position.
About time NIGMA Galaxy stood up and started getting aggressive. 13 eliminations for this team. Lord up to 10 in this game alone. But our attention's turned to NASR trying to fend off the might of Falcons.
A lick of Nick damage with the grenade and then comes over the top. That was perfect. Throws a grenade, knows he did a little bit of damage, and then knows it's an easy 1v1 for himself. The only one. This plateau has given them so much time, but Twisted Minds are looking to overtake as they throw the nades. 1 elimination found so far and many more to come.
Twisted Minds are in 16th place coming into this game, but the only ones are they going to shut them down? Dammy's about to get knocked. Illusion's going to clutch on up. Is this going horribly wrong for Twisted Minds? Just Vigors is the last player standing for Twisted Minds. I don't know what happened in that moment, but by God, has it just gone so heavily against Twisted Minds?
Twisted Minds had all the advantages, 4 players against the 3, but the only one is gonna find out Erangel flushing him out. Actually, they're just flushing everybody out up there, as Vigors are just gonna be hiding by his Losum behind a tree, but he's not long for this world as the only one is looking to clear him out.
The only way Vigors is going to be able to stay alive in the last couple of seconds or in this next couple of seconds is if Falcon... if Team Falcons crash on up and towards that kind of northern edge of the circle and third party and the only one. Unfortunately, that hasn't happened, so Vigors continues to be pressurized inside this phase 6.
Falcons has been knocked down time and time again. They're bleeding out so very fast. So they've been good about keeping their players mostly alive despite being knocked down to only 1 player left up. Finally having to leave the city of Pachinki. We see a med strat coming out this time around on Erangel, but the only one. I mean, they've got the high vantage points here. They've got the circle, and they still have 3 players up, tying the Falcons and R8 if they can get the reset in 3 players.
You're dead right about Falcons, the sustainability, the willingness to keep themselves up as much as possible as a full squad. Alright, are left with a 3-man team as well. So we got 3-man team of the only one, a 3-man team of Team Falcons and a 3-man team of R8 Esports. Unfortunately, R8 goes down, as I mentioned that, and it is going to be R8 whittled down to just a duo.
Falcons, I mean, they are on a roll. This is their 4th game. I mean, 4th game for everyone, but this is their 4th game of such impressive performances, always being in that top 5 position, looking to clear R8, never alone taking a nick of damage from a grenade thrown back to his side, but continue to lay on the pressure onto R8. Falcons, 6 eliminations found, and let's see if they can make something great out of this game.
The one thing that does play into R8 in this game alone is that they do have over double the eliminations to Team Falcons. So even if they go out a little bit earlier, I think they made up on that. However, they kind of technically need a chicken dinner to continue to apply the pressure on the Team Falcons. Luckily for them, Lord makes an impact and knock comes through onto Team Falcons. It's going to continue to slow them down. And as the circle has shifted up north in their direction, they don't seem to have the bodies. But Yusuf isn't going to wait any longer. He's going to turn around and gets a knock onto Ida.
Okay, they can't forget about the solo of Twisted Mind behind them, right? This would be his time to come up and clear out R8, but Falcon's never alone. He wants a piece of this cake. He wants to finish what he started, knowing R8 is going to be 1 player knocked up here, slowly, quietly coming up ever so closer. If he has any more resources, which he doesn't have any, but this could be a perfect opportunity for a nade, but comes up and trying to meddle with R8.
Woo! Never alone. He's never alone, as he always has his gun by his side, and he picks up a knock onto Ida once again. Alright, slow down. Bandar is the last player up. Vigor is the final player. Twisted Minds as well. Still alive, but he's being peppered by the only one Esports. He is going to go down to the last player of R8. He did pick up an elimination point, by the way, confirming the knock that Ida had against him. And at least he goes down swinging as we have 3 teams left up. The only one, Falcons and R8.
R8 currently at 14 eliminations. So even as a solo, they've gotten so many points and just eliminating and picking the fights of all the teams, but never alone. And Ragnar, they are side by side about to hold hands. Imperium, who's going to be able to spot the first one out?
There's a crate right by Bandar. Oh my god, the backpack's being dropped. Yes, quite. As Yusuf is going to finish off Bandar. R8 are eliminated, and we have 2 teams left. However, it is 3v2 in the favor of the only one. Will Falcons be denied their second chicken dinner of the day after a thorn in the side of their competitors in the form of R8, while the only one, they're coming into this game down towards the bottom of the standings, but finally they're going to start to kick off their PMPL finals run with a successful chicken dinner in Erangel if they can get the finishing blow onto the remaining 2 players of Team Falcons. Great play by Aloof. Dips around the corner of the tree, finds 1 knock. Yusuf's prone down. He's gonna get knocked himself. Yusuf trying to keep the hopes and dreams alive. What? No way! Oh my god, the only one esports. They pick up the chicken dinner. I don't know how Yusef stayed alive, but he jumped over, and unfortunately, then he went down.
He was wearing his rubber suit, just got under the tires and flipped up into the air. I like to see when teams are so confident at the end, like we saw the only one, where they send one in a vehicle out to get information, out to run
Wow.
people over. So well thought out and well earned by the only one. But Falcons, man, never have they done less than, I think, top 4 today.
By the way, as far as I know, the difference between the two teams coming into this game was 6 points. And R8 got 5 more points than Team Falcons. So that means that top spot is going to be 1 point difference coming into the overall standings. I have to also give a shout out to NIGMA Galaxy.
Yes.
13 eliminations in this game. Thank you. Where has that performance been in the final so far?
Where they've woken up, right? They dug into the basements of the houses of Pachinki and found the secret formula of how to perform in these matches. So NIGMA Galaxy finally waking up. But I mean, I think R8 saw, hey, Falcons went way up, went over us in the standings, and we have to fight back.
At the moment, it does seem like it's a little bit of a clear two-way dance, though, at the top of the standings, because while Team Falcons and R8, for the most part, are continuing to stay consistent, the teams below them are kind of stumbling over each other, right? They're kind of being a little bit more inconsistent, a little bit more volatile, and yeah, it's just continuing to make a little bit more of a two-horse race.
A team that hasn't really done well today is GEEKAY. What happened? This is the team that wins. They are a team that wins 3 chicken dinners in a day, right? Out of the 5 matches that happened. That's what happened in Super Weekends. What is going on with GEEKAY? I think they climbed up to 3rd or 4th in that last match before this one, but surely they've fallen down with a 0-point game.
Yeah, that's a great observation. It really hasn't been a good day for GEEKAY. Look, hopefully they can at least try and end on a little bit of a higher note and come into day 3 and pull off a little bit of a YALLA. What else they can do as well is look out for the Oppo Reno 7 series, the sponsor for PMPL Arabia, and of course the whole of the esports. Upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphone for PUBG Mobile Esports in Middle East and Africa 2022. And a shout out to Monster, the official energy drink sponsor for PUBG Mobile. I'll tell you what, you know, as much as I love a can of Monster Energy, with the amount of action we've had in the 4 games so far, I kind of don't need a Monster Energy. But we're gonna go for a break to try and re-energize ourselves. Don't go away. See you guys in a bit.
take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. In the belly of the beast, there were days where I barely had sleep, but I had to work more than competition. I can't live like the opposition, living everything I dreamed of, doing everything you think of. The way I work, I'm on the brink of doing everything you dreamed of. Only aim for perfection, ain't no half stepping. I'm about to take you back, spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem, we mob it. In the city, plenty havoc causing. Do or die, it's either all or nothing. Best believe I'm leaving out with something. Anytime I got the crowd jumping, throwing reds, you know they fist pumping. I'm the king of dysfunction. What would you do if you had my life? Word like me, had them stripes. Would you go hard just to have that ice? Lot of dudes still trying to have that price. Get a yo cooking about to add that spice. Nowadays dudes never had that fight. When the first boom, better burst your pipes.
My heart, my soul, my heart, my soul. Our producer just decided to prank on us and made us
prank.
think we were live. But now we are live, back for the PMPL Arabia full split finals, day 2 of 3, and we are 4 games into the day. The action has been heavy, but Falcons have been on a tear, Monica.
I don't, maybe they ate some. What do we Falcons even eat? Just fish, like They ate a lot today for breakfast, and I want whatever they've been having because they haven't done any worse than 4th place today.
Well, let's take a look at the overall standings.
Oh, you were right. 1 point.
Yeah, 1 point between the two teams, but more, and this is why I say it's a 2-horse race, because they're now like 40 points. Both of these teams are like 40 and 39 points ahead of 3rd and 4th. Like, that's a massive difference.
Jeez. Okay, so 1st place is 10,000 points. 2nd place is, correct me if I'm wrong, 6,500. Is that right? So they're fighting for that $3,500 difference between the two of them, and everyone else is just kind of getting the chum money afterwards. But I mean, where we have almost a tie in 1st and 2nd, we also have almost a tie in OOREDOO Thunders and GEEKAY.
Yeah, it's a couple of pocket battles definitely happening in the overall standings. Again, the story certainly is between Alright and Falcons and how much they can continue to push each other. They are certainly putting on a show. NIGMA getting a good result will continue to keep them in the race, at least of a top 5. We didn't unfortunately have time to show the bottom half of the standings, but that will pop up for you guys, like I said, at the top of your screen. But we're into the 5th game of the day, and we're back on Miramar.
Miramar. There actually are cities named Miramar, if you knew that, Imperium.
In the world?
Yeah.
No way.
I went to, where was I? I saw one when I was on the East Coast in the US, and there was Miramar.
so
I want
cool.
to say it was Maine or something like that. But it's always like a very coastal town that it has that.
By the way, you asked what the falcons eat. Their typical prey includes shorebirds, ducks, grebes, gulls,
Ducks.
pigeons, and songbirds. Yeah, falcons are dangerous animals.
This is
Monica, like,
bird
they
on
are-
bird crime, is what I just heard. That you just listed off a bunch of birds.
Yeah, like they do not give two hoots. Like, you know, they will take down what needs to be taken down, and you could arguably say this is what Falcons have been doing in the finals, right? They don't give a hoot who's around them. They've been clinical wherever they've gone throughout these games so far.
A hoot, as in an owl hoot. Maybe you should
That was-
change
that-
the saying to be like, oh, what kind of noise does a falcon make? It doesn't give a whatever a falcon make noise.
Monica, I don't know everything about Falcons.
I need you to know everything about falcons, Imperium.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, I'm sorry, Monica. I'm sorry. I will learn. Faison has popped up, and it is a little bit complimentary to the plane path. By the way, that was like the best plane path that the teams could have
Yes.
asked for. It's like straight down the middle on a side note, going from east to west, and the Faison circle is somewhat similar. To highlight a continued amount of things, YALLA are still in 9th place, by the way. The only one have punched themselves up to 12th place off the back of that chicken dinner. So they're on 57 points. Like we said at the start of the broadcast, 10 slots are available for the regional finals. So the top 10 teams in the lobby will make it into the regional finals. There is very little difference between, let's say, 7th place, which is CONQUEROR on 67 points,
Yeah.
and the only one Esports in 12th and 57. That's a 10-point difference dividing 5 teams. So that is very, very close.
And between all of them, it's about $250 per positional point, right?
Yeah.
So it's just, if you can jump up those 5, that's an additional $1,000 that you are getting. But I'm seeing OOREDOO Thunders. They land in Lociones, right? And they've been able to spread out much further, because when we saw at the beginning of this tournament, we had the only one, OOREDOO Thunders, still landing kind of close together, just kind of a street across from each other. Now they've kind of separated all out. It's literally half of the city to the other half, and they're just saying, hey, don't cross this imaginary line, otherwise we're going to shoot at you. But other than that, we're going to just gentleman's agreement, don't go after each other, and then see you in the late game.
And NASR have been kind of flexing their push as well around the La Bandita area of the map to more extend on that northeast of Los Leones, and if anything, kind of closer to Impala's. Batika is driving a vehicle to, I think, a couple of buildings outside of Impala. A little bit risky in his own right, as he is on his own for the time being.
We did see SKYROCKET go in the vehicle, drive up the way to Cruz de Valley and all the way up to Torre Ahumada, and having the circle pretty central, but more on the southern side. They're just losing the time to, they barely started looting now, versus these other teams that have been able to, like Conquer, the plane path going right over the graveyard area, Minas Generales area, able to just start looting up now. They've had 4 minutes of looting versus SKYROCKET, who is barely starting now, and they still have to rotate back in that circle.
That's true, and I definitely understand why that can be seen as a risky thing to do. But once they understand and are aware of the fact that comes with a kind of consequential pathline that they need to take, right, which is play more on the edge, right, kind of thread their way into the first couple of circles and then see what they can do with that, then fair enough. But if they kind of full send it, for example, and go blindly into a position and get caught out, then yeah, that's going to be a massive negative and will prove your point.
team like GEEKAY, though, on the flip side, being right in the center, they're gonna have a lot of time. Like, I think if you drew a dot right in the center of the circle right now, it's gonna be right on Picado, right where Gaith is, right where all of the players from GEEKAY are. So they're able to spend a lot of time in I almost said Pachinki, Picado, and loot up to their leisure as they still just have a lot of time for this next circle, as it is currently just starting to close in.
I don't want to see Major Pride make the same mistake as they did in the first Miramar game. I don't think they will so much because it is less of a southerly phase 1, so them sticking a lot closer as a team around that east of Chubasera area will prove to be more successful. However, Yen being so much deeper towards the center of the circle on his own does worry me a little bit.
Esports are going to be coming in. Oh, glider, please do it. Ah, dang it. I'm here. One of these days, we're going to see, one of these days, either today or tomorrow, I want to see a glider used in actual serious mode for a rotation.
Sorry, Monica, but it's not going to happen.
Why not? Come on.
You know
for
why?
The memes.
You know why? Because none of these players know how to control the might of the glider.
Every time we see someone try to fly a glider, it just ends in tears. Somebody crashing in a tree, someone flipping it over in the ground, and then just having to go for a vehicle nearby anyway.
It's sad. It's sad. I really wish more people could control the glider in the right way. Alas, we shall have to wait for that moment to come. Falcons have gone deeper away from Hacienda and more towards the southerly side of San Martin. Alright, are close by, so there is that little bit of a threat from either side. You can see that on your screens right now, while RTG are definitely a lot closer to each other on that power grid hill.
They have to be aware, though, that R8, who stacked up a little... Oh, it's not NASR. We didn't even need the replay cam from the spectators for it because it was just shown on the main screen like that. So NASR, they're going to be able to just take up right on this compound, just a little bit on the outskirts of Los Leones, but they even able to just come down the hill or come down the road from the only one from Marino Thunders. But they currently are split, though. I'm wondering where the other two of them are at.
And the other two are definitely much further away. Like I said, kind of Batiga was heading towards YALLA and is still around that area. Now YALLA have pushed out of Impala and are much closer to one of the NASR players. So I really don't know what NASR Esports are doing, and I definitely have a lot of question marks around that. Yeah, it's something they'll want to get a little bit more of an understanding around. I know it's maybe easier for us to say, hey, you know, we have God's eye perspective, but let's be fair, with such a central playing path, and especially going so close to Impala, common sense tells you that YALLA were going to be able to start looting up Impala quicker. Therefore, in theory, they were going to move away from that city a little bit quicker. Luckily, Ali for NASR has been able to move away.
Twisted Minds from Monte Nuevo, a little just kind of bunny hop a little bit closer, not committing to that Trunchbull slide yet, as the teams are still looking at the circle. It still is a little bit favoring on that southwestern side, but it's pretty much like a central circle, right? I think these teams on the edges, the teams who play it really, really well, like Falcons, they don't commit until the third or fourth or even later stages when they know that circle is still going to be very, very volatile, and they come in from the edges on the back of all these teams around them and just reap the benefits of these teams not looking on the backside for them.
I look at this phase 2 as a little bit like a cookie dough ice cream sandwich, where you have the kind of cookie dough on the north, the high ground, the chocolate chip cookie dough on the north side, the chocolate chip cookie dough on the south side, and you have the soft, flat ice cream in the middle. And it can be quite difficult if you go too close into the middle. You might suffer from a bit of brain freeze. You might melt a little bit too quickly inside the sun of Miramar. So to me, the kind of north and south high grounds are a lot more viable this early in the game.
Tell me you have a sweet tooth without actually telling me you have a sweet tooth, Imperium.
I know, right?
Clearly, Imperium's ready to just skip past the chicken dinner, spoil his dinner with dessert, and just go for the sweets. But let's take a look at a replay real quick. Yes, the vehicle blunder. NASR, 2 of them. It was a convertible though, but they didn't take any damage. It was a nice touch.
Like I'll give that 7.3 out of 10.
Tip or no tip?
No tip.
Like we don't tip on this
Well,
side
actually, no.
of the Atlantic.
I will give them a tip. Get good.
Not that kind of tip. That's good. That's good. Very easy. Just get good. Drive better. Go to the driver's ed once again. Yes.
Major Pride playing around the Chumasera area like I kind of expected, which is really good. Positive stuff. They're putting a bit of pressure into Twisted Minds. I'm kind of, well, actually, no. Not that I'm kind of surprised. I really don't mind this from Twisted Minds because it is still that relative high ground and it's close to the flatter train in the center of the circle, so they're able to get a lot of information. And it still isn't, even though it's in around the center of the circle, I actually arguably don't think it's so deep that they're not going to be able to get out of it if it's a massive circle shift in a certain direction on the next shift. At least for the time being, that might change.
If you remember, these two teams fought against each other in the previous Miramar match. Remember?
Yeah.
Major Pride went to Chumasera. They went to the church hill right next to it, and then didn't leave it until when it was way too late. And Twisted Minds rotated from Monte Nuevo all the way up through it. And then I want to say Major Pride only had 1 or so left alive.
1 player left. Yeah. So definitely, like I said, I did predict this, but definitely a correction from Major Pride from that first Miramar game, right? Because of what was a more centralized phase 1 compared to the first Miramar game in the day. SKYROCKETs are playing on the edge of the circle, which is arguably what we both expected and what you talked about coming into their starting point and how they took a little bit too long to loot up. Unfortunately, that phase 3 shift is not going to help them too much because it's a massive southeast shift.
Story of Los Leones Circle. I mean, it's not quite within the city. It could still end up off of it, but this is very similar to the Miramar match that we had before. It actually ended just maybe a little bit more to the northeast of where this one is currently, but it's really the southern crunch to prove very tragic to a lot of these teams. And some of them sitting right in the middle, like Triple Esports, they're going to be able to stay in their spot and hopefully pick some teams off on rotation.
Great adaptation from Major Pride. This is arguably the best compound to have locked down inside the circle. It's relatively deep towards the center, but it's not so deep. You get a lot of information. It's kind of surrounded by hills. That does come with its own risks, but if you're proactive as Major Pride are being in the start of the circle, it will push teams further away from you. Still no massive security as Roof tries to take a couple of shots back in the direction of Major Pride.
Little bit hop away from Chumasera. Oh man, headshot. You couldn't have asked for anything better with that mini 14 doing so much damage. A Major Pride is going to be far enough away. Oh, I was going to say enough cover, but geez, that gave me a little bit of a heart attack. Nomi able to find his teammate, but just barely.
Oh man. Milky Way is still on that church side compound, by the way, so yet to join up with the rest of their team inside this 3 building compound, and in my opinion he should be joining up with them if he has a vehicle. I don't know if he has. He could also be using that area to give a little bit of information over to the rest of his team of teams coming in from that northwestern edge of the circle.
NIGMA Galaxy had an impressive 19-point game in the last match, and we celebrated that, right? We were happy for them, but they need to keep it up because it hurts us, right? We know this team can perform, but they just haven't been doing it, and we want to see them way higher in the standings than they currently are at.
All right, just continuing to play their own game throughout these finals, not really being derailed or distracted or phased by what the other teams are doing. Okay, that was pretty it's pretty good. Not gonna lie, that was a good stunt.
Oh man, nobody can decide of the circle.
But alright, definitely looking good so far as they go for a wider rotation around that southern edge of the circle. Shots by 4K, catches at one of the Skyrocket players. Remember, Skyrocket's coming in very late on the edge of the circle. Not really much they can do. They're kind of going in blind. Major Pride is at least able to get a knock on the Ragnarok. Third partying is easy. Got knocked down. Rip is most likely going to follow suit. I think Rip is the last player alive for Skyrockets.
It's unfortunate for SKYROCKET because they came in all the way up from Toriyamada, right? All the way up to Tuesday Valley. They have zero information about anything that's happening on the circle side. And 4K, I mean, they're reaping the benefits of that. It's pre-easing eliminations for them as SKYROCKET is going to be the first team out, and Conqueror taking on a lot of damage from 4K with the Mini 14.
Yeah, but then again, I think their decision to go down towards the kind of western edge of the circle was a little bit nonsensical, as YALLA gets a little bit of a fight against POWR Esports, but great turnaround by Alaji to find Bumpa, take him out. Another one comes through, and YALLA have been wiped out in 50.
What happened? We had YALLA who got a massive chicken dinner earlier today. Was it on Miramar? On Miramar. And then just goes out as one of the first teams. It just seems so uncoordinated in a fight against a team like POWR that should be an easy fight for YALLA, I hate to say. But it's just the teams on the eastern edge or western edge that all had the same idea of coming on the side, just ripping each other apart.
Yeah, definitely indeed. CONQUEROR getting into the mix between Twists and Minds themselves. Major Pride as well on the western edge of the circle. Twists and Minds going to be trading the knocks, the blows. Calica able to clutch up, confirms the elimination as another player of CONQUEROR go down. Twists and Minds are eliminated at the hands of Major Pride.
Great for Conqueror to clean it up, but one player up on his feet. Everyone else needs a revive, and the circle is closing in now, and they're right on the edge. This is not the spot that they want to be. Major Pride, though, they are just not quite within the circle. Once again, moving too slowly out of the church, and we're seeing multiple teams rotate around them and in front of them, and it could prevent them from getting closer.
Let's be fair. Remember, they had a 3-1 split with 3 holding on to the kind of southwestern compound that I said was a good place, but it moved away, and having Milky Way inside this church area was a good anchor point, so I kind of give them credit. And yeah, okay, it took them a little bit longer, but again, there was a lot of shots around that area, so they didn't want to go in a little bit too heavily, and they're getting the control onto RGG in the right way.
Here it is. They're coming down from the church. They can just barely see an ankle of Vote wanting him to come up, but gets the knock, but actually gets knocked right in return from, it looks like another member of Road to Glory. But I mean, it's casualties from either side, Imperium and Road to Glory, Major Pride. Who can win it out?
Yeah, and also Triple Esports getting involved to get a knock. CONQUEROR as well. It's so difficult, and Frozen is now the last player up for Major Pride, and he's going to be looking right into the loving arms of both Triple Esports, RGG, and it's going to be easier said than done. The Blue is following him on the backside as well. Time is whittled down on phase 4. He only has the first aid to call his own. He's going to use that straight away. Yen was at least able to give a little bit of information over, and now Frozen is going to try and use that, but he's put under pressure. He's going to go down, and that's the end of Major Pride.
I mean, I get the thought process trying to clear out Road to Glory when they weren't looking, but he has to hit those shots, and he wasn't quite able to do it. GEEKAY from the ashes of 0 points in the previous game, looking to take over. OOREDOO Thunder is now getting put down out in 11th position.
The only ones they're partying in the right way. One of their players is knocked, but it seems like the only one want to follow up on what was a pretty well executed chicken dinner in the previous game, with a strong result in the 5th game of the day on Miramar, jumping up to 12th in the overall standings, getting a little bit closer to that 10th place spot that will, if they can hold on to a top 10 position at the end of the finals, book their place in the regional finals later on down the line. Falcons on a tear throughout today's games. 4 solid, strong results in a row keeps them in the top spot for the time being.
The for this match. Falcons has earned 74 points across 4 matches, an average of 18.5 points per match. So they're really looking to add to that tally, increase their average, and really just go for a record-breaking point in a single day. So to still have all 4 up is such an advantage going into this late game.
Triple Esports still up as a full squad. NIGMA Galaxy still up as a full squad. And Alright still up as a full squad. Unfortunately, though, NIGMA and Alright are not inside the edge of the circle just yet. You can see GEEKAY guys on the high ground overlooking Falcons, wanting to put as much pressure on them as possible. And like you said, Alright being suffering at the fact that they haven't been able to get into the edge of the circle.
NIGMA Galaxy, great for them to also still have all 4 up, looking to clear out onto R8, and looks like it just weren't long for this world. A lick of damage, and even the grenade so far away, but he had just nothing really left to give, and out they go in that position as well.
And more importantly for Falcon Esports, with only 1 point secured, I don't know if Falcons have been able to track that elimination feed as cleanly as they would like to, because they have been facing a little bit of pressure at the hands of GEEKAY, but NIGMA Galaxy certainly doing them a favor, ripping out their closest competitors with only 1 point. Now, the south edge of the circle is in the hands of NIGMA Galaxy, but they need to get over the ridge as GEEKAY are looking over the ridge towards the only one.
Ragnar flushing out 1. They have only 3 left, though, after losing Satan. I mean, he needs to come in just a little bit closer. They're just right on the edges. Everyone with their miniature map up and seeing where this circle is going to go next. As they, oh my gosh, it's being gifted to Triple Esports on the western side. So everybody all around on that downhill slide needs to shift in.
Ali's not gonna do anything other than gift himself a knock with that nade, and now NIGMA Galaxy under a continued amount of pressure freaks the last player alive, and that is Triple Esports cleaning up NIGMA as quickly as possible. It doesn't matter if the circle goes your way. If Triple Esports do what they've just done and wipe out a team as quickly as possible, they will earn this chicken dinner.
How the mighty have fallen all of a sudden from 4 down to 0. NIGMA Galaxy just didn't know what exactly hit them. And GEEKAY, even though they're playing strong here and they're peppering over onto NASR, they need to keep in mind that Triple Esports on the other side, they've got the advantage. They've got the spot, and they still need to make their way in.
GEEKAY have a player on that northeastern edge of the circle, which is not bad, but he needs to kind of make sure he can stay alive and keep his team in the game, and he has done that, picking up a knock onto one of the only 1 players, and not only creates a little bit of space for the rest of his team to make it through. Unfortunately, Falcons are stopping them in their tracks. NASR as well, picking up a knock into Ragnar. So either side, NASR being peppered. Unfortunately, Gate is gonna go down. Hope from a distance picking a knock onto Gringo, but it's too little, too late. GEEKAY go down.
And have to fight against the blue and the teams in the middle. It's just too much to do, and even a team like GEEKAY can't just magically appear into the circle. The only one off the back of that Zayat is going to use that as his opportunity to creep onto the downhill side. As POWR, they're going to be a little bit downhill from Triple Esports. So Triple Esports, they have a great spot, but it's very easy to be overwhelmed because there's so many teams in so many other directions. They need to multitask.
About time POWR have got themselves into the late stages of the game. They've only scored 4 points in today's 4 games in total. Wow. It's been a horrible day for them so far. But with 2 games to go, they can still turn it around. NASR eliminated Falcon. Just so resilient. They just don't stop pushing. They just don't stop going. They don't stop hunting.
Downhill, they need to reset. However, though, as 1 player is going to be knocked to bring their numbers back up to 2. Triple Esports still 10 eliminations found so far, and they're looking to add more. They are the team in the best position to win out this match with 4 players, the high upper ground. Nobody else can match their positioning currently. As YWZ, he's going to be looking down onto POWR, see if he can find them, but we're at the little calm before the storm as the circle is going to come right into the middle.
Now Triple need to start to make the move. Now Triple need to carve their way into the circle and carve themselves a chicken dinner. Power Esports are going to certainly look to slow them down along the way.
Ooh.
Utility thrown up in the direction of Triple Esports. Zayat, the final player left for the only one, is close to the edge of the circle, but I don't know if Falcons have any idea that he is there on the high ground of the ridge. Falcons don't need to push down the hill, to be fair,
They
to
don't.
make it into the edge of the circle.
Power is still on this side. Have to be careful though, because Zayad, but it looks like Falcons have just maybe sniffed him out through a nade. Did a little bit of damage. Power though, now in the shots, Triple Esports Ali coming down and trying to cut off the visible lines of Power.
Ooh, that with the nade connects onto YWZ3, but Triple Esports, they cannot be phased by this. They still have 3 players strong. They need to shoot, move, keep Power Esports on their toes. They cannot be suppressed, especially with the blue zone closing in on their back. Shots in the direction of that. He falls back. Izzy gets whittled down, but can't they? Knocks down. Clever play by Power Esports as they look to try and kick off their day 2 of the finals. Push still alive. The revive came through. Daz knocked down. He tries to swing around, but it is gonna be Da to keep himself in the mix with half health on his side. Zayad has been spotted out, picked off, like you said, against Falcon Esports.
Very lateral lines. Everybody is the same angle away from each other, but the only one, I mean, Power from the back, and they were just caught in the wrong kind of ice cream sandwich like you touched on before, and they're going to be caught off this time by Falcons. So, I mean, we got Falcons and we have Triple Esports. It's a 4 versus 2 Imperium. How is this match going to end?
Let's be fair, Triple Esports certainly deserved this chicken dinner. 13 eliminations so far, but I would not be unhappy to see Falcons claim another chicken dinner in their back pockets. Considering the run of results they've had so far, do they need it? No, but it certainly would continue to mount a hell of a lot of pressure towards the members of R8 coming into the final game of the day. Nades come through. Utility towards the members of Team Falcons. Triple Esports. No, that is 4v2 in their favor. One of the Falcons players gets knocked. Just one left standing. And that is going to be Triple Esports claiming a beautiful chicken dinner on Miramar.
They needed this so badly. Before today, they had 8 points. 8 points in 6 matches, Imperium. That's crazy bad. And across the 4 matches today, they've gotten up to 31 points. So they've only gotten, what is that, 23 points across 4 matches, which is also equally bad, right? So to get this chicken dinner with, what you said, 15 eliminations, it's basically equating the points of all the previous, 10 matches that they played before.
Nearly. It's so good. It's so good to see them get a well-deserved chicken dinner and kind of kick off their PMPL finals and at least keep them in the mix for the top 10, right? Keep them in the mix for getting into the regional finals. 30 points secured for them. That will put them on, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, 69 points because they were coming into this game on 39 points. So them, starting this final game on 69 points, which is roughly the same as CONQUEROR in 8th place. Yeah, that will put them into the mix of the top 10.
We see the bottomer teams, and you kind of touched on before, they're kind of floundering around, right? Where even though we're what, 11 matches, almost 12 matches into the finals, the ones at the bottom haven't really been able to do that many points. So their points are actually pretty super close. So to get one chicken dinner, jump all the way up, that's a great turnaround for Triple Esports.
It really is. Looking at the second page, 4K with 4, Road to Glory with 3, R8 with only 1, and OOREDOO Thunders. A downhill trend for them in day 2 of the finals. What looks so good for them yesterday, and I kind of beat them up as a dark horse team. It hasn't been a sparkling kind of result in day 2.
Oh man, it's very volatile. I mean, a team like Yalla, right, it's also pretty volatile where we're
Yeah.
saying, hey, they won a chicken dinner in Miramar before.
Mm.
Now they went out in 15th position,
Yeah.
and it just can't seem to get their groove. So they started the day off really, really strong, and then just haven't been able to recover after that third match today in Sanhok.
Well, it's definitely been tough. Look, out of 6 games, I always think 2 kind of bad results out of 6 isn't really a bad thing.
Mhm.
Yalla have had 3 decent results today, or at least minimum 2, but kind of 2.5. They can end this final game on a good result. I think it'll be a heavily, heavily successful day. And even if they don't, I still think it's been a positive direction, tinged with a little bit of frustration at the end of this second day. But in the end, we're going to go for a break before we get into our final game of the day.
But this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up. You witnessing a champ in the making, fueled by your passion for greatness. Yeah. But adversity and bad situations meet us in the middle of the paths that we taking. But it's what you do after that makes men. Will you quit it when you stand up and face it? Tell me, do you have what it takes to swing back when this life asks for the fade? Can you tell me you'll adapt to the change when the punch lands and it puts you flat on your face? After you wait, will you stand up and say, get mad, hit back, lit match to the flames? Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that
Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile PMPL Arabia Fall Split Finals, day number 2 of 3, and we're getting into the final game of the day. Before we really get into things, of course, we want to let you know about the Blackpink virtual concert that is happening very, very soon. If anything, starting today. It returns. Blackpink returns to PUBG Mobile for the first virtual concert in the world for PUBG Mobile. Register in game and watch the concert online from July the 22nd to 24th and 29th to the 31st. I know Monica probably already has her ticket. I might
You know
get
it.
mine in game, but let's get into the overall, Monica.
Overall, okay, so we're getting into the last day of day number 2, right? And we had last time we looked at the Falcons was what 1 point above R8, I want to say it was between first and second. And
Yeah.
now we see them, they just consistently, time and time again, just having a great consistent game, whereas R8 just kind of up and down. So we are now seeing a what is that 17-point difference between first and second.
It's a good cushion, not only against second place, but of course, you got a 57-point lead over third. It's even better. Like I said, a continued 2-horse race seems to be the case. GEEKAY have returned a little bit to form, but let's be fair, they've done a lot of damage to themselves. That makes that journey into the top 2 so much more difficult, certainly a lot closer from fourth to third rather than third to second. I'll tell you that much. But with this final game of the day, let's see if the likes of YALLA can continue to be on the right path. They have dropped all the way down to 14th, unfortunately, with the likes of the only one getting a massive chicken dinner today.
Triple Esports, we saw them get the chicken dinner last game, right? So now they have jumped from, was it 30 some odd points, and then getting this 30 points just in this last game. So almost equating the same amount of points that they've gotten the last, what is it, 10 matches. Now tie, well, that is a triple tie going from 9th to 11th
Crazy.
place with 69 points.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy stuff indeed. What isn't crazy though is celebrating the fact that we've collaborated with the Iraqi football team for the very first time. You can get in-game items from the event launch starting on the 22nd of July, which happens to be today. Don't forget to follow the community tournament of the Iraq football team starting from the 19th, which is 2 days ago, ending on the 25th of July. Final game is here, and it is indeed incredibly close in the middle of the standings. The 5th place team, Monica NIGMA Galaxy, are on 89 points. The 12th place team, Major Pride, are on 67. That's only 22 points. That's
wow.
nothing.
That's a game. That's one good game, right?
That's one good game.
One good game, or one chicken dinner and 7 elimination points, or maybe a second or third with maybe 10 elimination points. Totally doable for these teams. However, on Sanhok, though, we tend to see whoever, the top 5 usually in eliminations aren't that high, just because Sanhok has so much early game action that usually they don't really exceed 10 to maybe 11 points in elimination.
Oh, that phase 1 is incredibly high up north, where you have about, what, I'd say minimum 25% of that phase 1 circle as water. Ooh, it's rough.
Oh, man. Well, it's going to force these teams to be ever so much more dense and congested on the main land. So, I mean, really we're looking at, is it going to end up on that northwestern island, and it's going to be OOREDOO Thunder, SKYROCKET to really have a great positioning there, especially OOREDOO Thunders because they're closer to that bridge. They can really, be the trolls of the bridge and gatekeep everyone from trying to cross at the last second? Or is it going to be on the main island where POWR, they're definitely in a prime position to set themselves up on the opposite end of that bridge?
I think GEEKAY, and again, I'm trying not to specifically say this because we have the God's eye view of knowing where all the teams are, but I think GEEKAY have a great opportunity of going for an earlier rotation across the bridge and even catching out one of the SKYROCKET players, because as far as I know, Monica, SKYROCKET's always split drop around the western side of the northwest island, so there is a little bit of a chance to not only carve a cleaner amount of space further away from all the teams on the southwest edge of the circle, but again, catch out SKYROCKETs.
They were a team that back in the league days, remember when we had the different groups with the 20 teams, SKYROCKET, you always saw them in a different position almost every single game because their drop spot was just wherever the 4 teams that aren't in the lobby go, we're gonna pick one of them and drop there. So it's nice to see them finally having some stability, you know, going to designated spots every map and then seeing them flourish, or I guess, I mean, seeing them flourish like at least in the last Super Weekend, but now they haven't been doing so well, right? Because they're currently at 7th position, just middle of the pack.
Definitely. Yeah, they're gonna have to be careful playing from boot camp because they're certainly gonna have more traffic around them on the south side, and they're gonna have a decent bit of traffic to the north side as well. I would arguably say staying in boot camp would have been the best idea because even though you're technically locking yourself into a corner, you're allowing other teams around you to get close to each other, and then as you get further into the game, you maybe have a cleaner opportunity to third party. But as of right now, they got caught. Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Okay.
I think it'd be a little too late. Yeah, because Saif, I think if they were able to knock the player of Road to Glory up on the hill before they did some damage to him, maybe they could have been able to save him because he was inside, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, big loss for YALLA, and it's just continuing their kind of downward trend after their really impressive matches in the first 2 games today.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully they've learned the lesson, and I do respect RTG because they haven't really gone into a more aggressive position in these Sanhok games, but I think they understand that in this kind of circle where there's a lot less landmass available, it's fight or flight, and let's be fair, they normally split drop, so it may be, for them, they're certainly putting themselves in a trickier but more rewarding position by going onto that North Boot Camp Hill earlier than the likes of YALLA or even within reason R8.
I do like how Road to Glory has positioned themselves kind of right in the heat of it because they know YALLA comes up this hill. So Road to Glory, they spread out over those compounds just kind of to the north of Quarry, the compounds between Boot Camp and Paradise Resort. So they knew this was going to be the natural rotation and caught them off guard. I mean, this is definitely not something they can do going into tomorrow, any of the Sanhok matches, because they kind of revealed their cards now, but at least they caught the one elimination now and debilitated YALLA.
Yeah, and I certainly think it's part of just adapting to what is a tricky phase on circle as well. Ardoo Thunder still in Hating, Triple Esports, the winners of the previous game, rotating on that northeastern side of the circle outside of Mong Na. You have the only one around that area as well, so you can see why pressured shots are being peppered towards the vehicles at Triple Esports, but they're able to dodge the bullets and survive as a full squad.
They're certainly feeling high, right? Coming off a win in the last match, especially with 15 elimination. They didn't just, you know, creep their way in where they just played passive and just kind of won the game with 5 eliminations. They really went strong, especially that last half, and always put themselves in the best spots, a third party, to take these fights with these teams to get that massive 30-point game.
Like I mentioned, Ardoo Thunder still in Hating. You have Major Pride have put themselves as a full squad much deeper up the eastern coastal line of that Northwest Island. SKYROCKETs have a 3-1 split with Salam in Camp Alpha and the 3 remaining players on the high ground of the Northwest Island mountain.
This team, Triple Esports, they also had a pretty decent game the previous Sanhok, even coming all the way from Painan, having that northern shift all the way to the north side of the circle. They still were able to make quite a Sanhok match. And so here, you know, they're still coming up from the Painan era, just barely with their foot in the door, just the southern side of Boot Camp. And SKYROCKET maybe ran out of fuel and fell off the mountainside. Is that what is happening right here? I think Major pride though. They remember this was a team that kind of changed up their draft spot, instead going to that intersection, I think you said trifecta area right to the southwest of boot camp. So they decide instead of coming up in the main island side, they decided this time to come up on the northwestern island. So this is a big change because remember they rotated on those coastal cliff sides next to boot camp, and it did not work well for them in the last Sanhok.
Definitely, and I also appreciate that there's a more level of cohesiveness around their positioning as well. It makes sense. This is the kind of circle where you really don't want to be too heavily split, right? Because, like you mentioned, there's a much quicker situation of teams going to be congested on top of each other. So if you're split, you're going to get picked off.
They know, right? The only teams on the northwestern island is going to be SKYROCKET and OOREDOO Thunders. So I would rather risk my chances going that way for these two teams I know are on the side rather than on the main island. I'm like, I don't know who and their mother is on behind what rock. That is just, you know, just way too many teams condensed on that eastern side.
It would be great if genuinely someone and their mother both play competitive PUBG MOBA and that actually fitted the saying kind of thing. That would genuinely be so cool. On a side note, and I hope that does come to be the case as esports and mobile esports become more ingrained within the mainstream. But that's a different story for a different day, or a different discussion. I do like that GEEKAY have kind of partly done what I suggested. I would like to have seen an earlier rotation across the bridge, but at least they did send Satan in that direction.
This could be a good opportunity, especially the teams that are tanking the blue zone here at the edge. They're trying to set themselves up for a med battle, right? And I see that circle up. We see. Remember it was us in a Miramar, and it was weeks ago Imperium where it was just way on the western side. Half the circle was mountain that you can't play on for the majority of the game. This is exactly like this, but in Sanhok.
Okay, so if I was, I tell you what, if I was like CONQUEROR, let's say, yeah, I would send one player on a boat in the very northern tip of the circle. We just play in the water.
Play in the water like a kid with floaties.
Yeah, but just bring the boat with you, like, because this phase 2 is. What, minimum 50% water, minimum. And then what is land? You have a chunk of that inside the Northwest Island. So that mainland, that mainland landmass is like so little.
You know, I did see this one time. I want to say it was like Peacekeeper Elite Championship. It was like way long ago. Navi did this where they went in a boat. It was their yacht. Basically, they took a yacht vacation in the water. This is on Erangel. They just stayed in the water literally until like the 25-minute mark where it finally came back on the main island. They had to enter in. So while everybody was fighting each other, ripping each other to shreds, they just came in all four-man up and just, you know, had a nice tan from their vacation and joined in then.
Yeah, it's genuinely not a bad idea, I'll tell you that much. But SKYROCKETs do get a little bit of a pick on to one of the OOREDOO Thunder players, actually, coming in around the Hating area. OOREDOO Thunders are heavily split. RTG also getting involved around YALLA's position from that across the road Bootcamp Hill, and even looking for an engagement onto R8. So Road to Glory, they're confident in Sanhok.
Hey, remember this is the map that they just completely dominated in, I want to say week 3 league play. Every single Sanhok, remember no, it was week 2. Remember when we had 3 Sanhoks and 2 Erangels in a given day? They won every single Sanhok, and it was just outrageous. So really just, you know, going back to their notes, how did we win Sanhok all those times and applying it here? Yeah,
they definitely are one of the strongest teams on Sanhok. I certainly I certainly get that, and the stats back it up. OOREDOO Thunders are going to be fighting against POWR Esports. They both traded OOREDOO Thunders, I think, down to just a solo now, and POWR Esports, for the most part, still able to keep themselves up as a full squad off the back of getting revived, but Major Pride getting involved, coming in from that Northwest Island, pretty quickly, and they benefited quite nicely done by Major Pride.
I like the timing that Major Pride has had now, especially learning from their mistakes in the previous match. And I think this is going to be a rotation we're going to see come out from them way more often because let's be honest, SKYROCKET, OOREDOO Thunder, they're not going to be putting up that much of a fight compared to a team like Major Pride. So definitely the easier way to get into these circles, having these two teams to compete with instead of everybody on the main island.
But they're still going to have to be careful because their backs are not really covered as heavily as they would like, and as the next circle pops up in the centers with still kind of with like the same amount of landmass and in play, teams are going to feel either more confident or feel like they need to push deeper in towards the center of the circle, and that is going to put pressure on Major Pride.
I do want to point out, we just barely saw it, but NIGMA Galaxy and GEEKAY out in the blue zone fighting each other, so we might see this out of blue zone fight. You know, you hate to see it, but Raouf already out, once again being the first player out from his team, but I mean, to be all the way out in the blue zone here, where your strategy is to med strat and having to fight here, it's just not what you want to have happen.
No, and I don't know if GEEKAY are playing for that heal strat. Maybe they are. Like, obviously, Mohamed only has one first aid, but I'm curious how many the rest of the players have coming into this stage of the game. Hopefully, we'll find out. 4K and Twisted Minds on that North Bootcamp Hill near the edge of the circle are getting very, very close to each other. CONQUEROR playing inside a Cow Tap Mock area of the circle. Well, Cow and then Triple Esports are in Tap Mock, so they are both controlling that strong part of the circle.
Hamilton, 10 first aid, so maybe halfway set up to do a full-on heal strat, and it's really GEEKAY holding them out here where they don't have the time. You know, NIGMA Galaxy came up here hoping that they could loot through Camp Alpha, look for some more first aids, but GEEKAY has already been here as we see Hamady. I mean, he dropped all his first aids for his teammate. He's just getting in the car now, and they're setting it for the circle. So this is what NIGMA Galaxy does every single time, and we can count on them doing this kind of strategy.
Major Pride now are going to turn their attentions towards YALLA, coming in from the coastline position of the mainland on the west edge. You have Twisted Minds actually avoided 4K and drove right into a compound that was quite successful for the for the second place team in the first Sanhok game, OOREDOO Thunders, as it happens. So good play by Twisted Minds to avoid 4K and get ahead of them, as like I said, Milky Way and YALLA engaging on each other. The knockouts come through, so Milky Way and the rest of the Major Pride side are under pressure. But with the M249, Bombik gets the drop with the UMP.
Oh, the 1 versus 2. You would think the M249 would just strike fear into the hearts and win every single 1 versus 1, but it was not this case. So Bompa, great job from him. Maybe he can go for a third, which is going to be yet another player, Nomi, from Major Pride up in his face.
That molly didn't go into the building as deep as he would have liked, so that meant that he was forced to try and pull off a first aid, and Nomi was able to scale back with his teammate to look to try and go for a potential revive. Yen is much further back. He's unable to really support his two teammates in this firefight against YALLA, and it's a little bit similar for YALLA, to be fair, because life is further back and kind of being a little bit slowed down by GEEKAY.
They each have an Overwatch in the back preventing them, and just send, it's like sending your pawns in the middle of a chess game forward to have the immediate action while the bishop, while the queen is watching from the back end side. So Lath, I mean, he's got members of GEEKAY above him now, so he has to think about this as we see OOREDOO Thunder's first team out of the lobby.
Let's see who's going to have checkmate between the two teams. Nomi was able to revive up Frozen, so could say the queen is back alive for the king. A Major Pride in the form of Nomi is their teammate Yen, like you mentioned, on the backside Overwatch position. NIGMA Galaxy Hamody making it into the edge of Hatting, just swinging it into the water from that vehicle with his teammate Lord, as far as I know, while Freak is healing up in the blue round Camp Alpha. It's a little bit similar for GEEKAY, by the way. Gaith is healing up in the blue while the rest of the team push to try and make it into the edge of the circle.
We're seeing a lot of symmetries with these teams, right? Think about Galaxy, GEEKAY, one healing up, send the rest of them into the circle. Same thing with YALLA and Major Pride, kind of doing exactly the same thing. So great minds, they do end up thinking alike. Hope just barely making it across the bridge side. But 4K, they're coming fish out of water and about to ascend late. This could be a great opportunity to catch up some eliminations here.
Lace has a little bit of a pinch, but one makes it onto land. He has to try and switch gun. He finds one, but unfortunately he took a little bit too much damage and gets knocked for his troubles. GEEKAY third party gets a drop onto one of the other players. Bumpa, he's in the back line as he's not really taking the fight against Major Pride.
Jeez.
But Satan jumps down and says, sayonara, say goodbye. 4K are out of here.
They're also the team at the bottom of the standings, Imperium. So that's got to really hurt to go out here and collecting only, I believe, one elimination that was found on late from YALLA. Now, looking over into the middle of the circle, we see Twisted Minds. How are they allowed to rotate for free into the center of the circle? Nobody took any shots at them, or at least prevented them from this rotation.
But being in the center of the circle is incredibly risky. That's why no team had looked to go there in these first 4 circles. You're going to, within reason, be surrounded by all of the remaining teams. The best thing you could hope is that there's enough teams kind of tripping over each other that you're giving a little bit of time to flex, spread out, and start to control in towards the end of phase 4, start of phase 5. It could be 9,000 IQ play for Twisted Minds. Remains to be seen as NIGMA Galaxy still healing up in the blue. Freak did join up closer to the rest of his team. It has centered up on top of POWR Esports and Twisted Minds.
That was actually such a clutch rotation from Twisted Minds because they were proactive in getting there early. Now they're able to prevent a team like Road to Glory, who allowed them to rotate past them, from getting on in. So I think just really capitalizing on the mistakes of the other teams for not punishing them for rotating in the open.
Still a big job to do coming into the tail end of this final game. POWR Esports will start to put them under pressure. However, SKYROCKETs in their own right are coming in from that northwest side, going to pepper a bit of pressure towards SKYROCKETs. You can see them leaning in between, but Major Pride are going to be much closer. Frozen, Nomi, Yen together, just swinging through. It seems like checkmate moment is there. The trades are possible. The bishop onto the knight, onto the rook. I don't know chess. I'm just naming pieces.
I'm just gonna guess some random pieces. Maybe it'll make sense and make me sound real smart. But Nomi, Vector in hand, put down on a knees, absolutely punished from a SKYROCKET with only Yen left alive. And man, that rock was not big enough to give him any sort of cover.
Still 3 players up for SKYROCKET, so important for the fight to remain within the top 3 of the overall standings. Now Twisted Minds of RTG pushing up the top of the Black Hole Hill. Pre-fire from Ragnarok will find one. Goes through the drop dodge, says second comes through, and oh my god, Ragnarok! How quick was that turnaround? How quick was that second knock? It was pretty incredible. Now he does get knocked, but the rest of his team once again still around the area to provide that cover, to provide that pressure. And as we're whittled down to 9 teams, we have a few remaining teams that are inside the circle. That is just POWR Esports and Twisted Minds.
This is such a difficult place to play because this is like a bowl, right? There's a downhill swampy area and up onto this little hillside that everyone is staggered on across. SKYROCKET only 2 left. They made such a treacherous journey from that northwestern island as Twisted Minds. I mean, they've got CONQUEROR stuck behind these rocks. No way to ascend up on the hill to get further in, but Twisted Minds needs to quickly reset as fast as they can.
POWR Esports should know that SKYROCKETs are behind them, right? Because SKYROCKETs made noise, took the fight against Major Pride and won. And I'm a little bit surprised that POWR Esports didn't attempt to kind of third party in those moments. Maybe they didn't really feel too comfortable, right? And they're just going to use what they heard early on to catch SKYROCKETs off guard and camp them on the edge of the circle. But POWR Esports are going to have a much tougher job than they think, because SKYROCKETs are not a team to mess with. Luckily for them, CONQUEROR are in the back line and provide a little bit of help to their friends fighting into the edge of the circle. That's going to be the end of SKYROCKET's valiant effort as we're down to 6 teams.
Power though. I mean, we see NIGMA Galaxy, their med strat put to an end. Conqueror Esports, no love lost as they only have one player left alive trying to go for the revive behind the rock, and they've just gotten it up. But the pain, I mean, there's nowhere left to run, and out they go by the hands of Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds up to 14 eliminations. I wasn't sure of that deep rotation into the center of the circle on phase 4. You highlighted it. I understood the craziness of it, but by God, have they made it work in their favor, because as I mentioned, teams kind of tripped over each other, but also Twisted Minds did such a good amount of work to put pressure on the teams around them and to create that control. Now, can they solidify a chicken dinner?
They've got the higher upper ground, right? And they've got flames billowing all the way around them, but the only one that can really pressure them is going to be POWR, and they only have 3 players up. They're down on their bellies. They're being, very defensive here and using the grass as a little bit of cover, but POWR, they still need to bring their other 2 a little bit further in. Falcon Damar looks like out of first stage. He's like, I'm going to kiss the world goodbye, and out he goes in 4th.
Still a top 4 finish. Just want to point that out. Consistency personified for the side of Falcon Esports, as we are 3 teams left. GEEKAY, POWR Esports, and Twisted Minds. The circle has shifted over to the west, in towards Satan. However that means, all the focus is going to be down the hill in his direction. But I feel like Twisted Minds are a little bit more distracted by POWR Esports and the other way around, as Aziz fires a nade into the direction of Twisted Minds. A second knock comes through. Instantly the switch is on, and POWR Esports are going for the power play against Twisted Minds. But Satan, don't fight, and don't fight off more than you can chew. Allow these teams to pick each other up, and then you can chomp on the bits at the end. You can pick up that chicken dinner in a brutal way as Dami throws down, gets a knock, a second comes through, walks into the bullets. Kante's the final player left up, and the blue zone is doing damage onto him. Satan is there. Can Satan find a knock? GEEKAY are eliminated, and who won? Monica, I have no idea who won.
It was POWR, I'm pretty sure, because we saw GEEKAY go out. I'm pretty sure it was POWR that got the chicken dinner. But I mean, it was just like down like dominoes, and you saw how quickly they changed, right? It was that stalemate POWR between Twisted Minds. All of a sudden, POWR got the chicken dinner, but Twisted Minds definitely exceeded them in elimination points. Which, by the way, this is the highest amount of eliminations I have ever seen in a Sanhok match.
That is wild. That is absolutely wild. Because, I always like to know who won, but sometimes you have those games where you just don't know, like, and it ended so quickly that I wasn't sure if it's Twisted Minds or POWR Esports. You got it on the ball though, Monica. Kante from POWR Esports is able to just about survive to pick his team up that win, and with a total of 26 points, a much needed result for POWR Esports, and you could certainly say the same for Twisted Minds.
I do want to point out Falcons. They finish in ever. This is their worst game today. When you do so well and when you don't do it, it's a bad game all of a sudden. But 4th place with 0 eliminations. This is their, I'll say worst, but just like worst in quotations, right? 8 points. Yeah.
When your worst result in a day is 8 points, that's still a pretty damn good day.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God. Also, GEEKAY in their own right, by the way, a 3rd place, 15 points. It does help kind of solidify their kind of top 3 position for the time being. And with R8 going out with 0 points, there's still a long kind of way to go for GEEKAY, but it does kind of keep them technically within the running for 2nd place.
Oh, so as we see Falcons go really, really strong, but I mean, RA just cannot keep up at all. And another team that really can't keep up is 4K, right? Like, they're just hugging that bottom spot and just can't seem to recover from it.
Yeah, 4K have just, they're just kind of punching a little bit more heavily above their weight. They've shown a little bit of sparkle in the finals, but not as much as a couple of other teams. Like, even the only one have had their moment of brightness, right? Getting that chicken dinner in the second Erangel game of the day. Let's have a look at the overall standing so we can get a good idea of how these teams stand with one more game,
Jeez.
one more day to go. Team Falcons, by the way, they started today on 69 points.
Yeah,
They ended today on 168. That is 99 points secured in 6 games.
that's. I mean, it's oh man. Okay, so just for comparison, GEEKAY I think was the only team in one of the super weekends. In a single day, they did 94 points.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's right on that same kind of level that they've been able to perform. And I just want to know for R8 though, because they started today in first place, right? They ended up with 143. They started with 88 points, so they only got 55 points today. So 55 compared to
Well,
the 99 that Falcons has gotten, it
yeah.
just you can't even compare it.
It's definitely a little bit uncomparable, but let's be fair, it is still like 25 points is manageable between Ireland and Falcons. So I certainly wouldn't say that it's Team Falcons running away with it in terms of absolutely first.
Mhm.
GK, like I said, with that good result at the end, it does keep them within the running. They're now only about kind of 25 points or so behind second place, so that is something they can be incredibly proud of. Yeah, just Falcons, man. 16.5 points per game in today's 6 games. That's an incredible average to play with.
Looking onto the second half, however, remember that top 10 is the cutoff to make it to regional
Yes.
finals. So Triple Esports, they've gotten the chicken dinner. They jumped from I can't even remember. They were way down in the bottom, like 15, 16, something like that. Jumped all the way to 10th. However, it's only a 3-point difference between them and the only
Oh
one
yeah.
in Major Pride.
Oh yeah, it's nothing between these teams. You know, NASR
celebrate, yeah.
Esports in 7th on 85 points, and you have Major Pride in 12th and 71. That's 14 points dividing 7th and 12th, right?
Mhm.
That's a chicken dinner, or less than a chicken dinner. So it's very very close when it comes to deciding the top 10 teams to make it into the regional finals at the end of the 6 games tomorrow.
Yeah.
Every single one of these teams have the ability, even the teams outside of the top 10, whether it's Twisted Minds, whether it's YALLA Esports, whether it's Road to Glory, they've just got to make the final 6 games count in every single way. And they can do that by getting on the Oppo hype train. Upgraded power and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphone for PUBG Mobile Esports Middle East and Africa 2022, as well as Monster Energy. Shout out to them, the official energy drink partner for PUBG Mobile Esports. It's safe to say, Monica, the Falcons drank their Monster Energy before today's games.
Yeah, they drank it, they chugged it, they ate it with all their chicken dinners. Actually, they only got one chicken dinner, so they ate it with all their appetizers, right? Because in all the other matches they did pretty well, but it was only that one chicken dinner that they actually got. So just super consistent, 99 points across the day.
Wonder, Monster Energy, would that taste nice with chicken? I dare you to try it, Monica.
You should try
Dare
it.
you.
Or Mr. Highland Wolf, Mr. Chef, we can tell him
There you go.
to make it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. There you go. Well, on that note, we're going to end today's broadcast. Thank you very much to everybody tuning in day 2 of the PMPL Arabia Finals. The last day is upon us. Tomorrow, every single one of these 16 teams will have an opportunity to secure their spot in the regional finals, as well as the battle for the first place between Falcons. All right, and GEEKAY is certainly still alive. Join us at the same time, same place tomorrow, where Harlan Wolf and a wonderful Monica will take you through the journey. Thank you for joining us. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up. You witnessing a champ in the making, fueled by your passion for greatness. Yeah, but adversity and bad situations meet us in the middle of the paths that we taking. But it's what you do after that makes men. Will you quit or will you stand up and face it? Tell me, do you have what it takes to swing back when this life asks for the fade? Can you tell me you'll adapt to the change when a punch lands and it puts you flat on your face? After you wake, will you stand up and say, get mad, hit back, lit match to the flames? Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up.
Trending